Hello. Hello, Weaslink. Thank you for activating first. Hello, secondarily, Leafeon. And hello, tertiary, Chris. So, what was the context that I said I don't like mods? Because the only context I can think of myself is that if I'm playing a game and I'm trying to develop an opinion of it, I don't use mods. But if I have an opinion of it already, then I do get the mod. But I will play the randomizer this year for sure. Just so you know, Chris. I've not. Also, I feel like I don't have any experience playing a console game with a solid state drive. Actually, the PS4 sounded exactly like this. It sounded just like this game right now. It's because it's a giant helicopter. So, I'm playing a mod. Some mods in this game. It's still the same game, but like it has some mods to it. One of the things that I also wanted to show... I don't know if you could do this in the original game. You gonna let me do it? You gonna let me do it? Is it gonna load? Oh, it's not gonna load it. Curse you. Curse you! Alright. Fan's so loud when loading into the game. That's funny. Yeah, it is pretty loud. I remember thinking that something was going wrong with my brother's PS4. My brother, while we were unpacking things not too long ago, my brother found the PS4 and he brought it back to where he lives. He's not streaming yet, but yeah. Are you guys looking forward to my brother streaming? I might have to force crash the game because of how I did what I just did. Which would not be bad. I'm trying to think if there was anything I saw in the news. I think that today's a weirdly slow news day. I'm gonna crash this game. You remember watching my brother streaming? Yeah, he wants to do that more regularly. I personally don't think that's what people watch his YouTube content for. Neil, what are you meowing at? What are you meowing at? I feel like if I was going to, if I was a YouTuber, like a specific YouTuber, I would absolutely, like, do things in a specific way. You like pineapple on pizza? Well, you're disgusting. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you had to find out this way. Filler, for the last time, I am not Google. There are people that like to ask me questions as if I am Google, and I think that is pretty funny. I want him to take it up 10 levels and make it more like Amy's streams. That is absolutely. I think Amy's stream was a test stream for himself. Like he was experimenting with concepts with her. Like the climbing mechanics of Breath of the Wild, but it gets degraded in Tears of the Kingdom. Oh, does it? I have not played Tears of the Kingdom. Alright, let's try this. Alright, let's just go into here real quick.
Please select a mission. Mission accepted.
Okay. So, I like going in to this area with olive drab camo. Because when you do that, you look like just a regular soldier, and so like when you're wandering around in this base, they're like, wait a second, hold on, you're not one of us. I think it's fun to ask questions in chat. It's having a conversation just versus just Googling an answer. No, I know. I mean, like, people ask me questions like I am Google. Like, that's... I don't mean, like, Like, I'm making a joke when Filler types in the word booby, and then I say, I am not Google. But there are people out there that will ask me questions. Also, just so you know, I need to make sure it's very clear. I think people that say, Grok, is this real? Are just as bad as people that accept the AI result in the first AI result that happens on Google. They are just equally as bad because they're both the same, essentially. I feel like Grok is really not much different than Google AI because they're all trained on the same core data, which is why I'm wondering what's going to happen with AI models tomorrow. What up, English meatballs? What is the misappropriates known as a Republican term for homosexuals? When I climb a small cliff in Breath of the Wild, but the game started raining, so just to mess with you. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. As you unlock Zonai items and get fast travel points in Sky Islands, you can spawn up there and skydive. Oh, yeah, that trivializes the concept of climbing. You can probably fit one and then you're dead. Link's rocks, lick rock. There you go. Lick rock. Lick the rock. Wait, this is Google. There you go. That is actually a funny idea, is that somebody just, instead of like, they just like use Google Images as their porn term. They just type in the word porn and that's it. I don't care how bad Sega Saturn was, you can't put it... Oh, okay. Oh, that's Sega Saturn. I didn't realize, I thought they meant a different Saturn. What's happening tomorrow? I don't... This is one of those topics I don't really like talking about on stream, but Grok got in some legal trouble with deepfakes and the pornography that was formed with that, and one of the things that they would do is deepfakes of kids, and then the laws, there was a pressure from the laws to ban Grok from being able to do that, but not just Grok, but all of AI in general. And the reason I mentioned this all together is because I'm pretty sure that all AI is trained off the same initial data. Like, it's a huge foundation of decades of data. And so, like, it's not just Grok being influenced by it. Yeah. Yeah, now you guys know. My camo is always being interpreted as olive drab, so this is why I'm also doing this.
Deploying.
There are areas of the map where you don't have Sky Island, so Zonai devices also easily get you high up, such as spring platforms, rockets. They bind to your shield, and concludes my short-held rant. I need to play that one. I enjoyed playing Breath of the Wild. It was a fun game. It was like what I like about Metal Gear Solid 5. The only thing that I don't like is that they have a sound meter to let you know how loud you're being, but the stealth mechanics in the game are non-existent. It's stupid. Like, they're not good stealth. And it's so close. Tears of the Kingdom, I'm gonna have to try. It was a good game. I'll try my best, Leafeon.
Side ops list updated.
Did any side updates added to this, or? I don't see one. Oh, maybe I missed it. Unless... No. Alright, so... one of the cool mods that I had in this is, I currently have the menu open, you can't see it. I discovered they have... Oh, first of all, look at that. Look, it's a freaking UAV! Isn't that awesome? I love UAVs. That, like, diversifies the enemy type so much already. Alright, effects. No, not effects. Presets? There it is, presets. So, I can change the weather preset to, like, different levels of Ground Zeroes. This is the Renegade level. It's the anti-air level. I think this is super awesome. This is classified document retrieval level. Anti-air 2. This is ground zeros, and I can change so that there is no filter, or I can add the filter to it. This is homage. I'm pretty sure that homage might be the this might be the Raiden style level. This is operative. This is pretty cool. I like this filter a lot. Like these are really cool. This one I like a lot because it reminds me a little bit of Arizona. And then I turn off the filter, and this is what the game normally looks like. I can also keep it. This is like the normal filter that's on. But yeah, I think this is pretty cool. They're currently working on the water. I looked up what the most recent thing they're doing. They're working on, one of the things it's working on is the water is too blue at night. And I agree. It's usually like a blackish color. Back in the day we had Breath of the Wild. Right now you don't have Breath of the Wild. Back in the then it was better because Breath of the Wild. Yes, I really don't like the word Breath of the Wild. God, I love seeing a freaking drone. I just realized the dog doesn't notice drones. You don't notice drones?
Good.
Oh, another thing that they added in this that was pretty cool. One of the missions they had me do as one of the random side ops, I saw the U.S. soldiers interrogating the guy by beating him up. And if you wait too long, they'll kill him. And I like that. He uses dialogue that it heavily implies that... I think that they cut a lot of stuff from Phantom Pain. And one of the things that I think they cut was the very idea that like that interrogations or torture even happens, except for the cutscenes. I actually think that there's a lot of interesting, potentially cut content from this. Like these I can't really tell from here. He has a bag over his head. Like the interrogation aspect of this is just like so much more brutal in the classic games. I don't remember what the mission is. The PS4 is even slower than Switch 1 eShop. I don't believe you. I refuse to believe that. But I've never actually tried buying anything on this on the PS4 store. I love seeing the drones. It's so nice seeing those things for once. The surveillance cameras? Do I not have a mission today?
The map has been updated.
It's nice that this level's like treated as an FOB. I think modern Japan laws against depiction of torture in media. They censored the torture scene in Peace Walker to be tickling in Japanese edition. True, but that was also because it was portable. They have different laws for portable games because those are for like younger audiences. I say knowing full well that there's pornographic games in the eShop. Oh yeah, look at this. Look. Laser thingamajig. Isn't that neat? So another thing I discovered about this game, I actually think I'll test with it right now and show you guys.
CP, this is Zulu 7. We got a dead friendly here.
Enemy's gotta be close. Over.
Alright, so, this.
CP, understood. Further losses are unacceptable.
There can only be 8 people spawned in at one time. I'm gonna go over here. Now that I'm moving faster than the game can actually process. There you go, look at that, he doesn't exist. Oh, now he does.
Hostile!
I'll just show him. Yeah. Seeing them with AKs is pretty cool. I think this guy saw me too. It's weird. Yeah, that is weird that they fixed it 9 years later. Like, why would they do that? It's so strange. Oh god. Oh god, I'm dealing with tanks. Okay, that's what's going on. Hold on, does it even mark it as a mission? Oh, it's empty. Never mind, I'm not. They just put it in. Okay. Anyway, hold on, let me go find some guards that just aren't spawned in anymore. There we go. So instead of being spawned in, notice they just look like mist. I think that's very interesting. Like their default animation is that they are made of mist. It's hard to tell, I think, because of the timing. Let me fix that actually. Yeah, I can fix that. Oh, you can barely see it. If I can get a bunch of guards together at the same time, you can kind of see that there's like a weird fog, like right here, where the guard is, because he hasn't spawned in, but that's how they track where he is. I think that's very interesting. Imagine having to explain little Timmy what hentai is because he was scrolling the through the eShop. I mean, he doesn't need to. Like, nobody needs to be explained these things. I think that's one of the funniest things, that a lot of people think that it's their job as adults to explain what things are sometimes. Then they stopped producing Switch. Did they stop producing it? Did they even say that they were done producing them? You can download 1, 2, and 3 for free since you have them on PS3. Nice! Backwards compatibility. No, explain hentai to me now. Some people just like one dimension removed from both story and physical objects, I guess. That's so weird that you can barely see. I don't know what... Oh wait, maybe if I... No. Oh wait, this? Oh, it's already too late. I can't do it.
I got you now.
I'll let it. I should just... Let's restart it. I think somewhat recently they announced they were going to stop producing Switch 1s. Oh, you might be right. I have not actually... I feel like I would have heard Chris talk about it, but I don't recall it. Alright, looks like... Yeah, it looks like there's no mission right now. Alright, so... You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make these guys blind real quick.
CP, this is Delta 6. Just found one of us knocked out. Over.
And I'm gonna do some stuff that Chris likes.
All units on alert. Out.
Oh, they're not gonna produce them in Europe anymore? Okay, there you go. Alright, so... They're blind now, they can't see me. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna show some out-of-bounds stuff. I think that robots can still see me now that I think about it. Need to be careful. Probably get a gun actually. A better gun than that.
Gotta check.
That's a good one.
Let's go. Wait! Don't shoot! On the ground.
All fire teams, this is CP. Let's go. Someone tripped the sensor. Possibly.
Oh, I tripped the sensor. Oh, there's a sensor there too. Oh, wow. I like this. That's cool. You can't open doors when you're crawling, and I did not know that until recently. Watch this. So when I press this button, you see this little cutscene. The lights here turn off. Oh, it didn't show the... So the lights inside of the building up there also turn off. Let me turn on warp mode. There we go. Look at this. Random soldier. But yeah, look at it. Look at how the torture, like the condition of this guy. He's got bolts in his ankles. He's got a bag on his head. When you're bringing him back, he like thanks you and he like talks about how horrible it was, his experiences. Anyway, here's an area that you can't normally enter. Oh, do I have it turned off? What the? I thought I turned it on. On. There we go. Tragically, it seems that like none of the
CP, this is Zulu 1. Search complete. No
buildings have anything inside them. They do have like weirdly like rooms.
Understood. Keep your guard up. Out.
In multiplayer, there's there we go. You can be on the roof in multiplayer. There's also this part of the building doesn't exist. Oop! There's a kill area there.
Snake, talk to me! Snake!
I went through the wall. Oh, my game crashed. God dang it. That's actually the first time that's crashed, probably because they didn't know where... Oh, I was inside of a building, probably, when I did a checkpoint. Yeah, that's what's fun about... I think the Backrooms movie is good for that reason, like... Because it is, like, the concept of clipping through backrooms. Or, in general, clipping in video games. I want to just show one thing that I saw in the Out of Bounds area that's pretty cool. I think I'll do... The next one I'm going to do is just, like, a free camera to make it a little easier to see it. Without dying. Oh, I discovered you can change the focal distance of the camera, and that was really nice to find out, because I've always wondered what focal distance they use in MGS. Because the focal distance determines, like, how the game looks in terms... Like, it could look like Call of Duty, or it could look like Quake. And Quake's field of view is a little crazy, so I'd like to know what the focal distance is. And the focal distance in this game is 21. Just wanted to say that out loud in case I ever forget. Is it going to crash again because I just realized that what happened? It's probably going to crash again because I'm probably inside of the building and it's like, wait a second, you're not allowed in the building. Nope. And I'm not inside of the building. Cool. Alright. Warp mode, I'm going to keep it off. Let's try the camera play stuff. Whoa. There we go. Look, I'm free. Free from Snake. Alright, look at this. There's a freaking box out here for some reason. There's nothing in this box. It's just a box that exists here. Yeah, it's just a box. Oh, shadow? Look at those shadows. Oh, this one has like free building in there. Yeah, it's a wooden box. In this one, you're not able to kick them open. Or, sorry, in Ground Zeroes you can kick them open. In Phantom Pain you can. Oh, there's a... They even... Oh, what the heck? Look at that. They have a vent point for you to crawl into here. I love the concept that they have some areas like temporarily inaccessible because they're not sure what they want to do with the buildings yet. I wonder, okay, I wonder if you get up there normally. Wait, no, that doesn't make any sense. What's inside that room? Is there like a hatch to get in here? I'm pretty sure Guantanamo Bay is still active, right? I'm pretty sure that Obama said that he would close it. Hold on, just gotta make sure I'm still not moving anymore. Okay, good, I'm not. Oh, wait, is that me? There I am. It is still active? What a wonderful world. Normally when you cross this area, this counts as an escape route, so like the game is over when you leave here. Obama did push it to close it. Something Congress and Senate, yeah. Abolish the Senate. I like that idea. So I've been watching a documentary off stream. It's really very interesting about that. Basically covers like the political climate of what was happening in the United States and the world while Metal Gear Solid 5 was taking place. It wasn't exactly it's not the one that I was sharing in the Discord. It's a different one called The Power of Nightmares, and the idea is how the neoconservative movement was becoming radicalized around the same time that like Al-Qaeda was being formed up. Like they both became radicalized at the same time. It was like Islam and Christians both decided at the same time, we got to do something about our culture before it's too late. I'm going to this island. Is this an extraction shooter? I think it is. I think this was the first extraction shooter. Escape from Tarkov might take that credit, but I think this is it. This is the first extraction shooter. I don't know, like, if you describe an extraction shooter, this literally is, like, the definition, and it was probably the first one. This game was released in 2015. 11 years ago. I have not moved on from my ex in 11 years. Oh, that's interesting. Textures that are invisible from one side but not the other. Is there anything under it? Whee. Oh, wrong way. Whee. Oh, what the? What the? It's a whole rock? It's like an iceberg. What the heck? I like extraction shooters a lot. It actually is probably my favorite genre of game. Because, like, there's so much to do. What the heck? They just have a giant boulder out here? That's interesting. I wonder if there's any, like, objects that exist under the ground. What if I can increase the speed I move? Hold on. I think I see it, but... Oh, wait, there we go. Let's just do this. Yeah. Oh, what? Oh, okay. I was like, what's in here? Why did I see all this? Because this is where Paz is. It's really cool seeing the This is like some kind of weird filter because I can't see it. This looks like it's the Unreal Engine. Abolish America. I'm actually a fan of that idea. I think the American United States project has failed and we need to do something else. I'm so happy about this map that is now added to the game because, like, I've been looking for something else to do in the game other than just constantly circling around Afghanistan. This is also exciting. So, like, the UAVs in this game are only accessible in the FOB mode normally, but the mod added them to patrol in this map, Guantanamo Bay, which is so great. And I think one of my favorite things about it is, like, the sound design and all that. It reminds me of, like, UFOs. It just makes me think about what could have been in this game. More unused area right here. Look at that, they have a table. I've never seen that table. I want to see if I can find a tool to extract the models from this. My brother has all of Guantanamo Bay and Afghanistan, and I think even the MGS2 version of New York in his folders of resources. Yeah, a table. Oh wait, is this? Look at that. I'm being invaded by the Skulls unit right now because I took too long. I set it so that look at these guys. They're so beautiful. They're about to see me. Yep. That's probably yeah, my brother owns Guantanamo Bay. I feel okay, so I want one of the mods that I have an idea for that I know is possible is making it so that the guards react to people that are not you. I love seeing these guys like all gored up. Oh my god, he has pants on? What the heck? I need guns. The fact that these are gun cameras is also pretty awesome. Yeah, this guy doesn't have pants. Oh god. Oop, dog got hit by Spitfire. That's one reason I don't like the shotgun. What gun do these guys have? Do they have that one gun that's like futuristic looking? Where'd he go? There he is. Hey buddy, I see you.
Weather will clear shortly.
CP, this is Zulu 4. We've got unidentified gunfire. Location unknown. Over.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Can I shut it on? I don't think I can. Oh well. I don't think I've ever tripped a sensor in this game before. Like even in the FOBs.
All fire teams, this is CP. I lost the security camp. There's no reason for it to be down. Whoever's closest, go check it out. CP, this is Zulu 1. Gunfire. No fix on the position. Over. This is CP. We're under attack. All units on alert. Out.
The lobbies are back in population. Good. That's good. It probably would be even better on the PS5 or maybe even the Xbox that you own, right? It's really a shame that they never really added anything to the game that would make you want to like use the tanks. Oh, did I count as a death or a game over? I must have disabled that.
Boss!
I'm gonna return to this. Alright.
Side ops
That's all I
list
wanted to do
updated.
with the with this is just being happy that the mod that I have
Please
allows me to do
select a
all sorts of
mission.
cool things.
Mission
I'm very
accepted.
happy that this entire experience is good again. I just, you know what I wish? I wish the UAVs would patrol in Afghanistan and in the Southern Africa too. Also, I think I was looking into it. I think one of the gangs in one of the mercenaries in this game, they're not even mercenaries, soldiers in Southern Africa are like racists, like white supremacists. I need to actually look into it more. Because I think a lot of these characters are like actually that way. Alright, hold on. I want to do one more. You know what? I'm not going to bring D-Dog.
Deploying.
Something very bizarre about the whole thing. Almost like a team wanted this to happen and another didn't, and they had to cut a strict compromise about how much work was put into it. Wait, when you play on PS5 the other week, I don't think it looked too much different. I don't think it even runs at 4K on PS5. Okay, okay. That's probably true. Those guys are probably like obsessed with like timelines and whatnot. Oh my god, a helicopter. I love spawning in this game and like seeing a helicopter. That's just like not a good sight. Oh my god, there's 3 of them here? I guess I know. I like the idea of having to retrieve plants to replenish like the type of ammo you can make.
Marker placed.
Is there like a climbable thing here? No. Oh wait, there. Actually, you know what?
Marker placed. Marker placed.
I don't know why that happened.
You have arrived at your destination. Enemy presence detected.
Like, I feel like UAVs
Extraction
patrolling
arrived at
major
base.
facilities like this area would be neat. Alright, let's change the camera mode. Oops. Oh. Oh, this is a different camera. This is like movie camera. That's cool. That's cool. Whoa. There we go. The reason I'm here is... Wait, did I hear a camera? Oh, is this just the sound of the electricity? Alright, that's fine. Something bizarre about the whole thing. I saw a screenshot where they left in a message that said something like right-click mouse to open settings since it was based off PC port. Oh, that's funny. I mean, that makes sense, right? I kind of want to see what goes in here. Ugh. I feel like the modders of this game should put Sahelanthropus on the other side of this wall. But that probably would, like, start a bunch of rumors. I was talking about Guantanamo Bay a lot. If you want to keep talking about it, feel free. But I'm currently in Afghanistan instead. Where Big Boss does the work of the CIA and tries to destabilize the Middle East. Which apparently is a reference to the fact that the United States did that. But they did so because they were mad about how Russia supported Vietnam when we had the Vietnam War, and so we wanted to have our revenge, which is a theme in this game. And we wanted to make Afghanistan their Vietnam, where they failed in doing everything. And then that started up the proxy wars. Then we found out that we made so much money by doing proxy wars, and we just started blowing each other up for, like, money. Guantanamo gay. True. It's always for money. Yeah, but sometimes it's also for ideology, but yeah, for most part it is for money. You know what's weird? Okay, so this thing, if you destroy it, it prevents them from communicating with their outposts. But where is the other one? Is it inside of here? There it is. This thing, if you destroy this, this prevents them from also communicating with their outposts, and it doesn't make sense to me. Like, what's the difference? They never really clarified the difference between these things, and I think it's because they did not have enough time to explain it. Because, again, this is an incomplete game. These guys who said war, what is it good for? So I'm kind of silly now that it turns out war is awesome for making money. Exactly. Such silly people. Alright, I think I've done everything that I wanted to do here. If you guys want to do something else, such as like watching the YouTubes, party games, whatever, I am open-minded. Look at these Russians. You know what this game's missing also? Innocent people. Like, just like civilians wandering around, victims to, like, the wars that are happening. I have a feeling that was one of the last things they were going to do. You gotta be up early tomorrow? No problem, no problem. Let's have Snake gun down into people. No, that I am actually okay with that. The idea that the reason I'm okay with that is, like, see the horn on Snake's head right there? It gets bigger the more evil you become. And actually, maybe I should do this. Hold on. I'll make him the most evil right now. In fact, hold on, let me let's see. Can I... Hold on. Oh, a little too fast. There you go. Look, Kojima. Anyway, I'm glad they let you play as Kojima. Anyway, let's make him as evil as possible. Where is the setting for that? Where is the setting for that? Is it this setting? No. Sorry, I know you guys can't see the menu I have. It's a really big menu, and I haven't memorized everything yet. I can do this. Motions. Hold on. Woo! Alright, hold on. This game is subtle in some ways and not so subtle in others. Yeah. This game explores unreliable narrators, manipulation, private military contractors, nature of the revenge. Also, you grow a demon horn if you're too mean. It's true. I remember not liking that mechanic when I first heard of it. I was like, what the heck? That's weird. Maybe I can't do that here. Yeah, it's like a Fable thing. Hold on, let's do this. I'll see if I can make him full demon here. Because like this menu, you guys can't see it, but this menu is different than the other ones. Oops, wrong button. Progression menu. Settings. There we go. Yeah, this was missing last time. All right, I'm gonna make him full demon. Full demon. Where is it? All right, I've made him a demon. Let's do this. It's a bit cartoony if you don't take into account that Snake's brain doesn't work properly. Well, my mentality is that he's actually a medic and maybe a pacifist. And that's what he is like by default. Oh, I have to actually start the game to do it. Alright. I think he's a medic and a pacifist, and I think that
Mission accepted.
what he's been doing has been like messing with his psyche.
Deploying.
I also think a lot of this is in his head. I think the entirety of Ground Zeroes is not real. I feel like I need to like psychoanalyze all of it at some point because there's a lot of interesting things going on. He's a giant psyop. Yeah. What if you're a pacifist and Big Boss is like, no, you look too much like me. Alright, I think that's the maximum horn size, but I'm not a demon right now. Is it because I'm not... Oh, maybe I have to return from the mission for that to happen? Or maybe I actually have to get bloody. And it just doesn't leave me. Or maybe I should read the prompt that happens. We're gonna let it do one checkpoint and then back out.
Be careful down there, boss.
Checkpoint. Oh, this is kind of cool. I should show this. One of my favorite things in this game, in this mod pack that I have, you can do time scale thing. Not only can I slow down time, but I can also change the scale in which time moves. Right now I have it set to being realistic. Like literally a full day in this game is 24 hours. But if I make it fast, this is pretty awesome to me.
Sandstorm across sun will
I like this a lot.
Shortly. Sun will rise momentarily.
Like that's cool.
Sun will set shortly.
I don't like that there's no difference in the moon
Sun will
cycles in this
rise
game. I feel like the
momentarily.
moon cycles should change too.
Sun will set shortly.
Alright. Okay, return. Still think it's more reasonable person become a body double for Big Boss would be someone without a massive chunk of removable shrapnel in the head. Surely anyone who meets Venom with a real horn. I actually think my mentality is that I think that the shrapnel in his head is not as visible as that this game implies. Oh, I think I actually do have to get bloody. That's interesting. I never thought about that. Hold on. Wait, what? Where is this menu? Oh, but my personal thought on this is like everything about Venom implies that he has not healed from these scars. Like these are not normal scars. But when you're in your avatar, the scars look more realistic in the fact that they're slightly faded. I think that a lot of like the visuals are in his head. Like he's like, I'm already a demon. It's because he imagines the horn on his head. Notice it's on the red side of him. Where is... currently trying to figure something out. I probably should make... Oh, wait, there we go. Player settings, add demon points. Wait, subtracted. Or retry command. Okay, I need a retry. Okay. Got it. So, let's do a mission start real quick.
Please select a mission. Mission accepted. Deploying.
You wouldn't want to have to stand behind Venom Snake in an airport, would you? No, I would not. Maybe it's like Pinocchio, where every time he lies, the horn grows bigger. Well, that's the thing. Every time he kills, the horn grows bigger. But I just did a mission start. This should prompt it up. There we go. This is Demon Snake.
Boss, you need to disable the Soviets' reinforcement system by putting a hole in their base-to-base comms network.
So if you're maximally evil, you get blood all over yourself. And you can't wash it off. Again, my mentality is that this is a code name that he's a medic. He's not actually, he's like a pacifist. He might even be a fruit bat. We're gonna land and we can see this better. There we go. But yeah, you can't wash this blood off of yourself. Which, I think this upset a lot of players. Because, like, in this game, they make it so that when you take a bath or whatever, or shower, it cleans you of the blood. Notice how big the horn is. He's a unicorn. But yeah, a lot of players didn't like this. A lot of players were upset about it. I personally think that it's a good mechanic because, like, it essentially punishes you for playing the game super aggressive instead of stealthy. Alright, hold on. Okay. Do I not have that option here? I do not. If you don't shower for long enough, you get to shower with Quiet, who is very normal, reasonable reason. Wear basically no clothes. Well, to be fair, the other Skulls unit wear very little clothes too, and they also have like large bulges, so... Oh, wrong button. He was a good mechanic! I actually don't know what I would do instead. I think that I'm fine with it. So, there's so many people that think that the Venom is actually Grey Fox. Oh, he looks around faster when he's in demon mode. Let me change it so that now I'm going to subtract how many points he has. Where is it? I should have memorized where this was. Oh, there we go, there we go. There. I'm just making sure it's absolutely 0. No demon points, just so we can see it.
Please select a mission. Mission accepted.
Hold on real quick. Can I just want to see... Alright, I want to see how it looks with all the different outfits with blood. I think that the stealth outfit with blood is like the sneaky suit. This looks stupid in my opinion. I feel like the blood doesn't look cool and stylish like it normally does on the other outfits. Oh, I feel like this is one of the biggest clues that this might actually be Grey Fox. The fact that there's a snake inside of his mask instead of Grey Fox is very interesting to me. Like, that's a good clue. And also, when you beat the game, I think you unlock Cyborg and Grey as a title. Gay Fox, there you go. Cassette beasts is how you found them. That's interesting. And now my horn is tiny.
Boss, you need to disable the Soviets' reinforcement system by putting a hole in their base-to-base comms network. Head for the Eastern Communications Post and destroy its comms equipment.
So one of the things that I noticed about this game is that one of the reasons that I think that this guy is just like an empathetic guy who's actually a pacifist is that he also seems to feel the pain of other people, whereas Big Boss does not, and I think that's very interesting.
Be careful down there, boss.
Look at how tiny that horn is. So yeah, depending on how good you are, the smaller the horn. Very interesting. He's an empath. I literally think he is. So there's an on-screen effect that happens whenever Venom sees somebody in pain. And then when you play Ground Zeroes, that effect doesn't exist until you're in the helicopter and you're helping Paz. And I used to think that was like an indication that that there was something not true happening. I used to think it was like VHS tape being corrupted. But now I see that it's like only when Venom is in the room and then somebody is in pain. Doesn't matter if anybody else is in pain. Like, Big Boss doesn't feel that, see those pain things. Oh, there's that. Is it the Congo line?
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
I really love that this game, that the mod like makes this game feel more lived in. It's not a Congo line. Oh, this is an actual mission, I just realized. Yes, this is in fact the game with the chicken hat that makes the game easier. Let me actually get that on. Oh. Where is it? Chicken hat on. Maybe I have to hit this button.
Activating
There
stealth
we go.
assist.
Head for the Eastern Communications Post and destroy the target equipment. Its location is on your iDroid.
I like this game a lot. I definitely would suggest people play it. It is a cool hat. If you get caught and you die a lot while wearing the chicken hat, you unlock the baby chick hat instead. Which I haven't even tried doing. I apparently unlocked chicken rank for the very first time recently, which is so funny to me. Alright, I got it. Let's try something else. Hold on. I think this is the first game I think they can think of that said you died too many times, you wanted an easier mechanic. It might be. I want to argue that it's not. I'm like, no, Resident Evil 2 Remake was, but that game came out in 2017, right?
Enemy presence detected.
I think they shut down the
Map has been
PS3 store.
updated.
Just so you know, my character runs this fast because I've upgraded him to run this fast, which is possibly another clue that he's Gray Fox. I like the idea that he's medic. I don't know.
The map has been updated.
Oh, right. They're blind right now. God dang it. I forgot I didn't fix that. I can't see anything.
Я не хочу умирать!
It's a cool move what I just did, but my least favorite thing in the world is that Snake drops it immediately. I feel like if the game detects that I'm not having a, if I don't have a gun, that I should just equip it. Alright. Let's I'm gonna quit this. This game's great. I love it. It's a game. I play this game when I'm not streaming, by the way. I have 644 hours in this one. And I say this one because I also played the PS3 and PS4 version. I think I need to plug my PS3 in so I can see how many hours I played that. Sorry for hitting you. Oop, it's wrapped up incorrectly. God dang it. Come on. Apparently, I wrapped my entire headphone around on this thing. There you go. I really wish that the people who suggest that Gray Fox's Venom Snake were not so poor in their logic department. Alright. I did not sign into YouTube. I don't like that Gmail auto-signed me into some things. That's pretty dumb. Oh my god. So, Chris Hansen goes undercover on Roblox. Then this happened. Chris Hansen is a clout goblin. I know you guys can't see what I'm seeing. Maybe I should let you guys see this. I don't like showing my suggested feed on YouTube because it's so warped right now. But I might as well. Chris Hansen, like, that's the thing in my, if I see oh wait, Roblox. I thought this was the Lego scandal. Never mind, because that's a Lego right there. What the heck? Why is he using a Lego? That's misleading. Yeah, he was on TV. It's like, does he not have enough money? Does he need attention? Is that what's going on here? He's such a loser. Well, I need to sign out of Twitch on this thing. He is a grifter. Yes, he is. I do not like him. So like, I'm glad this is about Roblox, because if I saw him on the Lego thing, then I think I'd be against the guy who who did the Lego thing. Well, you know, pedophiles are scum of the earth and we should hate them for all eternity. You're not wrong, though. The guy should have faced justice and not killed himself. Everyone, you know, I do think that this is... Oh wait, you didn't know that that's what happened? Maybe we could watch that video. That time that To Catch a Predator killed a guy. Skip intro, I think, is the name of it. Is that too bleak for you, Chris? Because that is a pretty bleak one. Yeah, that time to catch a predator kind of killed a guy. It's an hour and a half long, maybe not. They did an investigation. A judge went to sting the house. Chris Hansen introduces himself, and the guy does a die with a shotgun. Yeah. And he was a judge, and it's incredible how insanely brazen these guys were being. I think what happened is, I don't know if Chris Hansen actually was in the room at the time. I think that what happened was like, yeah, it definitely does. Kind of. They do get light sentencing. In my opinion, okay, so I believe in rehabilitation, but I don't think we rehabilitate pedophiles properly at all. Like, at all. Like, we're not rehabilitating them. We're just like, okay, you stay here for a little bit. Stay here for like 5 hours, and then we're gonna let you out. Like, they don't put them through therapy. They don't give them like resources to help themselves. It's just like, sit in timeout for a little bit, and then you can come back. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's it, and that's not that. We need to fix that. I don't care if he was in the room at the time. He was part of a sloppy, sensationalized, unprofessional sting operation for ratings. Yeah, no, I actually, so Amy loves To Catch a Predator, I think. That was like one of her favorite shows to watch. I hated that show. Like, anytime I was watching it, I was like, anytime she had it on and I was visiting, I was like, you're watching this trash? I'm like, what is this? It's weird. It's kind of like, there's a genre of people watching things. It's like morbid fascination combined with like disgust, like an interest in feeling disgust, like Dr. Pimple Popper, for example, as well. Like there's this genre that is out there for that reason. Yeah, the way they did those operations just feels wrong to me. Yeah, absolutely. This show was just messed up. This, by the way, this channel, Skip Intro, is fantastic. It's very good. Like, there's that one guy who does woke scolding. This isn't woke scolding. This is actually systematically describing the systemic issues with these shows. Like how it's basically like showing you how left-wing propaganda can be just as bad as right-wing propaganda in a sense. Not that To Catch a Predator is left or right. I would actually argue that it's more right-wing. But like, it's very pro-Israel and such. Mother of 5 stole a jug of milk, 29 life sentences, and twice their life-saving fees. Pedophile wants to have sex with a 10-year-old. 1 month community service. Well, it's not even just like wanted. It's like, even if they get caught, they don't really get very many years in prison. That, like, if they got caught after actually doing the thing that made them guilty. You know, I'm actually gonna, let's just watch a little bit of this. We're not gonna watch all of this. I just want to see a little bit. Oh, hey, it's anime coded. Wow, they use an anime filter. This is the. She's got 2 different eye colors. What the heck is going on? And it's so ugly. Why is it? Am I on the low resolution? I'm not allowed to change it. It's funny because I can see how this game could be fun. Alright, hold on. We're gonna start from the beginning. We're only gonna watch a little bit. Oh, look, another one.
Weird drink. They got diarrhea. Not enough toilets.
What do we do?
Squat or sit? He picks squat.
Why? Why are YouTube ads allowed to do this? Like, I'm not allowed to have content like this. Why is this okay for YouTube ads to do this?
Problem solved. Now they're having fun in the rec room. Then they want to expand it. He
That was
builds
weird. He whispered something.
a factory instead.
YouTube just banned a ton of ASMR channels for sexual content today, then allowed these ads. Are you serious? That's so dumb. It's so incredibly dumb.
It just seems like there's this never-ending stream of cop shows essentially doing PR for the police. They celebrate when cops trample constitutional rights, overrepresent violent crime and the police's effectiveness, pretend that departments are underfunded, and spread all sorts of lies about fentanyl. Don't even get me started on Blue Bloods. Yes, my great-great-grandfather watches that one in between dialysis treatments. Have you ever considered doing a video about the good things that the police do? What do you mean? It just seems like it's weighing on your mental health a little bit, focusing on the negative all the time, you know? You're kind of a bummer. Yeah, I get that a lot. I mean, the police can't be all bad, right? Sure, I've never said that cops never arrest a murderer or whatever. I just think that once you look at clearance rates
They
and
sure do drag their feet to arrest the murderer, though.
violent crime, it's
I
kind
recently
of
watched a video about the Uvalde shooting, and I got so mad while watching it.
clear that it's a really small part of their job, and their job's mostly about monitoring problem populations. What about... And I think that the more we focus on
I'm gonna
outlier
change my
examples of
category, I
good
just
policing, the more we obscure the much larger systemic issues that are central to the very project of policing, namely the defense of capital. And do you see what I'm talking about? You're kind of spiraling right now. Let's try to focus on one of those good stories for once. Just one time that the police got some unambiguously bad people off the street. What, like To Catch a Predator? You know, one of these days we're gonna have to talk about how you use TV as a buffer to see everything through. Did you know that To Catch a Predator kind of killed a guy once? Wait, what? Yeah, and then they got sued for like $100 million and settled out of court, and it basically canceled the show. Seriously? Yeah, there's no way this video isn't getting demonetized. Patreon.com/skipintro.
And yet, we saw ads, so it's possible they got monetized, but then again, YouTube does have a habit of putting ads on videos that are demonetized, which I think is extremely stupid, for the record. I think that YouTube should not be allowed to do that. That sounds disgusting to me.
This video is sponsored by Mubi, a curated streaming service showing exceptional films from around the globe. Get a whole...
Absolutely disgusting, Filler. You're probably right. I think that is probably one of the worst things that I have ever, that's so scummy. It's infuriating. I feel like we should have people protesting in front of the YouTube headquarters over it.
Month free at Mubi.com/skipintro. I probably don't need to explain what To Catch a Predator is to most of you. It's one of those shows that's been parodied so thoroughly that even if you were too young to have ever seen an episode, you're still familiar with the idea of Chris Hansen asking you to, please, take a seat.
Why don't you take a seat?
Oh, I don't want to take a seat.
Have a seat.
No, I'm just gonna go...
Take a seat right over there.
Welcome to another edition of To Catch a Predator.
Oh my god, that is so crunchy.
For the Emmys, I'm hosting.
Hosting, that's what you call it.
Yeah, it's my second time.
So you've done this before?
Despite the show ending more than 15 years ago, highlights and clips still rack up millions of views on YouTube, and Chris Hansen himself is a fairly popular podcast guest even today.
Hold on. Fairly popular podcast guest. Where is he right now? It's one of the Pauls. I don't know which one is which. I just want to point out, that's just more proof.
Hansen, have a seat.
You've done this before.
Right there.
It was a good show.
Over here. Have a seat right over here.
For those of you who don't know or don't remember, the show was built around a number of volunteer decoys from the organization Perverted Justice, posing as children between the ages of 12 and 14, lurking in chat rooms until some creep starts a creepin'. The decoys then get their suspect to incriminate himself, solicit inappropriate activities from them, and to meet in a location where Chris Hansen and the NBC cameras are waiting. Again, I am trying very hard not to get completely demonetized on this video. The show is so ingrained in our public consciousness that this is probably the person you think of when you hear the term sex offender. Or maybe this guy. Or this guy. Really just anyone who's ever appeared on this show. But while To Catch a Predator puts forth a particular brand of, well, predator, this is not what the majority of cases of CSA look like.
You know what? When I did see that show, I was always kind of shocked at how brazen a lot of these guys were. Like it made me like if it's kind of like the reason they got caught is because they're extremely stupid people. And, like, they're extremely stupid people. It's just, like, that's gonna mess with the sample size, because it's like you're fishing for a very specific type of fish.
And it turns out that that distortion has had real consequences when it comes to actually trying to prevent this abuse from happening. Welcome to Copaganda, a series of videos exploring the portrayal of the police on television and how that portrayal has shaped our understanding of who the police are. And
yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, Filler. Like, when I watched them, like, are all pedophiles, like, are they mentally disturbed? That's what's going on here? Like, not just mentally disturbed, like, mentally handicapped. Like, something psychologically not okay. When you think of a pedophile, you think of a muskrat or an orange man. That's fair.
They should be. There's a playlist around here somewhere because there are a lot of cop shows. A lot of cop shows. Today, I want to talk about To Catch a Predator, and for a few reasons. First of all, we're coming off a summer filled with some really high-profile allegations. On this platform alone, there's been a whole slew of them, from Mr. Beast to Cody Co to Dr. Disrespect.
Not Dr. Disrespect.
I've been assured that these are all real people. Conservatives have leveled grooming allegations at teachers and drag queens a lot in the last couple years, and hell, the most memorable song lyric of the summer accuses Drake of doing the very thing.
We need to find out. We need to get Chris Hansen to investigate these things. Oh, this is a different ad. Oh, by the way, this is a symbolism thing too. Fun fact: when you allow your partner to willingly cheat on you, like you let them cheat on you, it's not just being a cuck. There's also another term for it. This is him wearing those antlers makes him a stag, which is that's some terminology for you kids.
The second reason is that I think this crime is pretty universally reviled. Something we all want to prevent. It's
I don't know.
An extreme crime that's usually one of those gotchas prison abolitionists get hit with. But most importantly, it seems to me that we're talking about this issue all wrong. To Catch a Predator overemphasizes a very specific stereotype of sexual predator that plays into moral panics, promotes bad laws, and can actually get in the way of preventing real instances of abuse. So, I'm gonna fix that.
Oh, just a friendly reminder, I am 100% against YouTube vigilantes going against pedophiles. They absolutely... I feel like they're doing a service to help pedophiles evade capture from police. Because, like, what they're doing is, like, they're making the investigation process extremely difficult. Who was the one that was right-wing streamer who basically admitted he was being cucked? Oh, Sneeko, I think. Bad laws? Ha, there's no such thing as a bad law. The regime is always correct.
Right now, once and for all, the hunter becomes the hunted. The meme where it's like, predators to catch a predator, and then I am the one catching the catch of the predator. Fuck. After this video, surely this issue will be solved once and for all. Who says all YouTubers have ecos? Actually, I prefer the term YouTubist. So today, let's look at the ways in which conversations around CSA have been distorted, what the real facts look like, and how to actually prevent it, if that's the sort of thing you're interested in. Before we get into it, look, I know that this isn't going to be fun to look into. Trust me. I looked into it for this video, and you know what? I can confirm, not fun. My therapist is gonna be so fucking disappointed in me. But I also think that our unwillingness to actually understand and grapple with these crimes leaves us very susceptible to sensationalism that To Catch a Predator puts forth. This is how we get bad laws, with bad consequences. Stuff that doesn't protect children, and may in fact make things worse. Despite everyone knowing To Catch a Predator, I'm still going to give you some background anyway in the name of due diligence, and also because, you know what? You might not know this show quite as well as you think you do. First,
I actually do hate when people talk as though you already know the thing.
Let's set the stage. Child abuse entered the national spotlight in America in the 1980s and 90s through a number of high-profile accusations and crimes. In 1981, a 6-year-old boy named Adam Walsh was abducted in a Florida mall and murdered. In 1989, an 11-year-old boy named Jacob Wetterling was kidnapped by a stranger and murdered. In 1994, 7-year-old Megan Conca was murdered by a neighbor who had previously been convicted for some PDF stuff. All of these cases got massive national attention. While the issue had briefly entered public consciousness at other times in American history, like when the Lindbergh baby was abducted in 1932, this was the first time there was truly sustained attention. And it all comes at the height of what is known as the Satanic Panic in the United States, where there were over 12,000 accusations of abuse attributed to the occult. I'm not going to go into too much detail about the Satanic Panic here because this is way too big of a topic to tackle on top of what I'm already going to be discussing today. But the focus of many of the accusations made during this time period were aimed at daycare facilities and preschools, tapping into those fears about threats faced by children. By the 1990s, violent crime was at an all-time high across America, and government tough-on-crime rhetoric reached a boiling point. Check out my video on Law & Order for more
I hate George H.W. Bush so much.
Detail about this. This combination of publicity, the Satanic Panic, and Law & Order rhetoric pushed Congress to pass a series of laws from 1994 to 2006. We'll get into a lot more detail on those laws a little later on in the video. And while all of that attention around predators is front of mind for Americans, in the early 2000s, there are two other massive cultural shifts happening. The first is the emergence of the War on Terror, which definitely did nothing to minimize the fears people had about potential monsters living directly under their noses. The other thing is this thing. The internet. According to Pew Research, the percentage of American internet users ballooned from 14% in the mid-90s to 63% by the time To Catch a Predator launches in 2004. This was an understandably big change for people to wrap their heads around, especially parents. And it's the vibe that To Catch a Predator taps into, evident from the very first episode, which actually isn't titled To Catch a Predator. It's called Dangerous Web.
This is a house on an average street in an average town. It could be your town, but there's something very different.
I always find it funny how YouTube and other sites are so strict that you have to censor words, making them sound less serious. Yeah, like grape. Just so you know, I'm not one of those channels. If YouTube doesn't want to monetize me for something I say, that's stupid of them. I'm never going to censor myself. I'm never going to say unalive. I'm going to say suicide. I'm not going to say grape. I'm going to say rape. Like, if people, I'm just so, like, there's absolutely social consequences for saying things. Like, if I were to say the N-word, I absolutely deserve people to lose followers as a social consequence for that. But if I say the word rape because somebody was raped, then and YouTube decides to take money away from me, I think that is a disservice to the victims that get hurt. So like that's an offense. That's offensive to me. Like, that's more offensive to me than anything, really. That YouTube disgusts me with how it's been so puritanical lately.
Different about this place.
Like, I have no interest in the pretty world that they were, because like the corrupt the YouTube was created based on edgy content initially, and now it wants to be such a sanitized pretty boy. It's so disgusting. I hate it.
The back door's unlocked.
A major crime against a child is possibly being committed here.
Ah!
Huh?
Is he gonna get stag ears? Or antlers? Nope, he didn't get stag. That means it wasn't with his consent this time.
While the show was pretty similar to the version we'd become familiar with, you might be surprised to learn that there were no cops for those first 2 episodes. After talking to Chris Hansen and realizing they'd been duped, these potential perps were allowed to walk away unscathed. Well, the show did plaster their full names and faces on national TV, so probably not completely unscathed. The point is that there was no law enforcement involvement at all. That's because the alleged purpose of the program was to shine a light on a dangerous web, alerting parents to the dark horrors they never realized were happening in their own homes.
Personally, I'm totally shocked that many people responded.
So in some obituary, they'll unironically put, they got unalived by a pew-pew instead of saying he got killed by a gun. Yeah, no, exactly. Disgusting sanitized language for nobody. Who on earth cares about the word suicide, right? Like, that is so stupid. Who is going to clutch their pearls at hearing, you can't say suicide? Like, that, the person that gets offended like that, which is usually just corporate people in the offices of YouTube, should be shot in the face with a water gun that is filled with jelly. So it's all sticky and gross.
Which just shows me that it's not something rare. It's not the 1 in a million guy out there. They're all over.
Although the show's advice to parents was basically just to tell your kids not to talk to strangers and maybe buy some software that can kid-proof the internet.
Well, I can understand the early Call of Duty's using that word, because like I think that was just the culture in terms of like military reference to what happens when you kill yourself. Yeah, suicide can be a touchy subject, but the word suicide itself shouldn't be censored. I don't even think that the suicide should be a touchy subject in general as well. Like, I think that, like, it's kind of like with the N-word. If you handle the topic properly, you should be fine. If you handle it improperly, that's when there should be an issue. And that's the social consequences, not the corporate monetization consequences. Those are stupid to do.
Next, our expert downloads WatchRight software that will allow Michelle to read all of Leomi's instant messages and chat room conversations.
So you can keep an eye on what she's doing, even if she changes her password on you.
If reading all her daughter's online messages seems too intrusive or time-consuming, the detective has another suggestion.
This is so invasive.
Filtering software that stops Leomi from sending out personal information, like her home address or phone number.
Because that definitely works. I was in high school around this time, and we definitely never learned how to get around the school's internet filters using proxies. Never happened. I've never broken any rules. Never.
That is another funny thing. I know I had a conversation with somebody in this chat before who does not think that kids can learn something as complicated as Linux. It's not true. If you're a kid and you're introduced to a computer, you're going to learn how to use that computer.
Forever. From 2004 to 2007, Dateline ran 20 installments of the series, to massive commercial success. The special event nature of the show led to broadcasts routinely attracting over 7 million viewers, and reruns accounted for 19 of MSNBC's 25 most watched hours in the show's final year. So why would NBC cancel such an insanely popular program? Well, probably because they were being sued for over $100 million in a wrongful death suit after the airing of the self-inflicted death of one of their suspects. I'm just gonna keep teasing that story because there's gonna be some dark shit in this video, and I need you to stay engaged. I think the fact that law enforcement wasn't used in those early episodes is indicative of what the investigation was trying to do, ostensibly. Sure, the advice was shitty. Sure, the show was like 85% about scaring viewers with creepy things men said online. But there was, if we're being charitable, some emphasis on education. That first episode closes with a conversation about how to keep kids safe, pointing to the huge disconnect between children and adults on these topics.
Terry Schroeder, founder and CEO of iSafe, a nonprofit foundation that educates children across the country on internet safety, says parents...
I will say that we do need to teach kids how to be safe on the internet. I remember when I first started streaming, before I put up the 18 and plus filter, so that like people that are looking for my channel, if they're under 18, they have a harder time getting into it, at least as a slight barrier. I remember like interacting with like Gen Alpha and like young Zoomers, and like their behavior, it was like, did you not learn anything to be safe? Are your parents talking to you about how to be safe? Like, what are you doing? Why are you being stupid? Like, you do have to be safe on the internet. This kind of education stuff is important. I forgive you. I wonder how many people they falsely caught, but it hasn't been that long. But yeah. I imagine delivering a pizza to someone's house, they invite you in or for whatever reason, and then you go and see Chris Hansen ask you to take a seat. That's funny. That would be so funny if that happened.
And kids need to work as a team.
I think there was at least 2 cases where somebody sued and successfully won the lawsuit against Chris Hansen, for the record.
I do not encourage any parent after hearing this interview to say, I'm getting that computer out of here, because you will severely handicap your child educationally, socially.
Instead, Schroeder says parents need to educate themselves about online dangers and create open communication where a child feels safe talking about inappropriate situations online.
This might surprise you, but I think that educating people about public health and safety issues is a good thing.
Yay.
I'm pro-education. Look at me, so brave for taking a stand. I feel like Greg from Succession.
Okay, then name me one principle that you have.
I don't know, like I'm against racism.
In a blog post, Chris Hansen echoed this idea, defining his role as someone bringing truth to light, not necessarily providing justice. Quote, "Our job is to investigate topics like computer predators, delve as deeply as we can into the topic so that viewers can see firsthand what's happening. But as for punishment, we leave that to the police and prosecutors."
While I was going through a lot of different treatments with a dog of mine who was not insured, her bills were running.
I get a lot of ads for dogs. I don't own a dog. Just letting you know. I think my mother wants to own a dog, but I feel like we need a backyard, like, fence before we get a dog. I don't want to walk out and walk the dog in our backyard consistently every day. No.
As we just laid out, there was a lot.
Yeah, that was an AI. That's incredible.
Undirected energy around CSA at the time. I mean, the longest and most expensive series of criminal trials in America to this day were the McMartin preschool trials, which kicked off when a mother accused a preschool of abusing children and also being part of a satanic cult. On a totally unrelated note, that mother suffered from acute paranoid schizophrenia. So glad we spent $15 million of 1987 money on that. What I'm saying is that there was definitely room for improvement when it comes to public understanding of this issue.
They're cute. And they're affectionate. I usually take it as a red flag when somebody doesn't have a pet. But also, like, if I don't think it's like, if you can't really handle it, I'm not like gonna hold it against you.
Fortunately, Chris Hansen's investigations didn't do that well. Instead, just playing into the most common advice given.
Yeah, they're good companions for people that live alone. This is true. I'm gonna run a little bit. Trying to think. I definitely think when I'm about, how old would I be? When I'm like 60, I'm never gonna have more pets. I think that that's it. Families also get pets. True. But like Chris is just like questioning why in general. Hold on a second. Yeah. Speaking of pets. Hold on a second, sorry. Fascinating. If I'm dating someone and they have a pet, it's fine. Yeah. I understand. You're talking about personally, as a personal decision, having a pet. I get it. Yeah, I don't know. I would not get a new pet if I'm old. That's it.
Comes to public understanding of this issue. Unfortunately, Chris Hansen's investigations didn't do that well. Instead, just playing into the most common advice given to parents and children alike. Don't talk to strangers. I mean, it's literally the first words of the show after good evening.
Good evening. Don't talk to strangers. It's a
I'm gonna go get a pet. I think that the thing is, like, if I think I've been like conditioned so that if I see a pet and I'm like, oh, that poor pet is stuck behind a wall inside of a cage, I feel so sad for that pet. I should save them. I think that's part of it. Chris looks like the kind of person who'd have a dog, but guess my judge of character is wrong. You're not wrong. I think that Chris could handle a dog. I think Chris could also handle a cat, but the cat has to know them from like kitten age. And not just be an adult.
It's a basic rule of safety every parent tells their child. But if there's a computer in your home, it's possible that your children have been talking to strangers.
That episode would go on to say this.
1 in 5 children online in this country has been approached by adults looking for sex, according to a study funded by the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
Before sharing the heartbreaking and terrifying story of Christina Long, a 13-year-old who was murdered by an online predator in 2002.
In May 2002, Chrissy told her aunt she was going to the mall to meet a friend. Instead, she met up with a stranger she'd met online, a 24-year-old married man named Saul Dos Reis. Dos Reis was convicted of first-degree manslaughter.
We are not even 5 minutes into episode 1, and there is already so much to unpack. First of all, the stranger danger approach to protecting children has been widely discredited and debunked by experts. So many experts, in fact, that I'm not even sure that I need to cite someone. But I will anyway, because I'm thorough.
So when we think about child sexual abuse and who
Okay, can I just say, the bokeh thing, I think that's what it's called, when your entire background's blurry like this, I've heard people say this is great looking. It looks so weird. I don't like this. This is such a weird filter.
in child sexual abuse, people tend to visualize that stranger, right? And that sort of framework has been with us for decades. I'm thinking back to the 1980s and the 1990s, when there was a huge concern or increasing concern around sexual abuse, and it was really primarily this stranger danger framework that people focused on, and that's reflected in the laws that were passed and the ways that people talked about sexual abuse.
That's Professor Ryan Shields, a CSA prevention researcher I talked to for this video.
My name is
Can
Ryan.
I just say, one of my favorite things about Skip Intros that he actually interviews these people, doesn't just talk on his own. He's pretty much a journalist. He's very good.
Shields. I'm an associate professor in the School of Criminology and Justice Studies, and my research is really centered on the intersection of public health and criminal justice, and particularly how can we use the tools of public health to address problems that have traditionally been seen as sort of criminal justice problems. We tend to, I think, in the policy world, focus on the most emotional or the most sensational or the most scary kinds of offenses. And you saw that back in the 90s when there was lots of legislation that came up in response to stranger-related cases of sexual homicide. Sexual homicide that's a horrific crime. That there's no sort of confusion around why that would be an emotional thing.
Right.
But it's also exceedingly rare.
Klondike hits you with brutal cold.
I have this downloaded already, so we can skip it.
Build a
Hi.
Today, RAINN, the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network, reports while roughly 60,000 children are victims of substantiated or indicated SA, just 7% of that abuse is perpetrated by strangers, compared to 59% committed by acquaintances and 34% by family members, which are
Horrifying.
far less likely to be reported to law enforcement in the first place. So those non-stranger numbers are probably an undercount. And this makes sense when you think about it. The UK's National Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children defines grooming as, quote, when someone builds a relationship, trust, and emotional connection with a child or young person so they can manipulate, exploit, and abuse them. That's just a thing that's generally easier to do in real life, especially when adults hold positions of power or community trust. They're more likely to have access to children, to be left alone with kids, and to make kids feel like they might get in trouble if they tell on them. As RAINN explains, quote, grooming behaviors are not only used to gain a victim's trust, but often are used to create a trustworthy image and relationship with their family and community. Abusers are often charming, kind, and helpful. Now, this is not to say that parents need to fear every adult in their child's life. That is no way for a kid to grow up. Instead, as RAINN suggests, parents should, quote, talk to your kids about risks and boundaries, and make sure they know that they can come to you if anyone crosses a line.
Ew, talking to kids to make sure that they're safer? You know what we should do instead? We should have a law that forces me to give my ID on the internet and prevent me from being able to use the internet unless I have my ID. Rainn Wilson, yes. I need to know if he was serious, if he thought that The Office was too edgy to make today. Because that sounds like a joke. But just reading it,
While the online predation that happens on To Catch a Predator is a thing that happens sometimes, the occurrences are a small slice of the problem. One that tends to prey on parents' fears of new technology they don't understand, and the general anxieties of a child growing up.
The combination of their social naivete and our computer naivete is a dangerous combination.
The show loves to fearmonger about the internet, often casting their villains as people who are addicted to this kind of internet behavior.
Many prosecutors around the country, including Riverside County's Michelle Paradise, are not afraid to say out loud that they don't believe most sex predators, especially those addicted to the internet, can ever.
Why would the parents talk to their kids and have an actual relationship with them when you could just give them an iPad full of internet access and then get mad at them for doing something they didn't know was bad? Yeah, that definitely true. I hope all of you guys had proper education for, as you were kids. I feel like I was, like, you guys don't even know what my real name is. Like, I feel like I was pretty safe online. But I also think that my safety online is, like, because of, like, teachers as well, teaching me about, like, how to be safe on the internet.
Be reformed.
You'd think that this would get old as people grow more used to the internet, but there's always a new aspect of technology to latch onto. Today, you hear a lot of the same anxieties come up around Instagram and TikTok.
And last week, Republican Congressman Mike Gallagher wrote an op-ed headlined, "Why do young Americans support Hamas? Look at TikTok."
We can see this pattern of scapegoating a technology for the growing distance between adolescents and parents across history. Psychologist Amy Orban calls this the Sisyphean cycle of technology.
I feel like you had too much internet access as a kid. It didn't really get to, but I didn't really get to too traumatized. Like, yeah, Happy Tree Friends, but that was mostly it. Yeah, but Happy Tree Friends, that was on TV. You know that, right? Like, that was on television. Happy Treehouse Friends. Yeah, you never stumbled into those gore videos? I did, and I feel like I'm fine. So, like, I think that one of the other things is I think that we're a little bit overprotective in concepts, not necessarily in execution. Because, like, I think that sometimes, like, you don't actually, like, everyone's different, but I don't think that, like, people end up worse people in terms of, like, becoming a bad person or in terms of, like, being psychologically damaged. I don't think you become a worse person from, like, seeing things on the internet that you probably regret seeing, or even, like, seeing things that people would judge you for seeing. I think that, in fact, I feel like the latter part that I just described is far more harmful, in a sense, because, like, the fear of what other people think of you can, like, cause a form of privacy that, like, is not necessarily healthy. You think you watched too much Smosh as a kid? That's funny. I don't know. I don't think that you should really, like, if you're a fan of something, you should be a fan of things. I guess that's a good way to describe it. Even if you're a fan of gore. I'm kidding.
Panics, noting how, before freaking out about the internet, there was a moral panic about how video games were making society more violent. Before that, there was the idea that television was rotting our kids' brains. That one might be true, I don't know. There was a congressional hearing on comic books in 1953. Before that, as Orban notes, quote, a New York Times piece considered whether listening to the radio too much would harm children and lead to illnesses because the body needed repose and could not be kept up at the jazz rate forever. I love thinking about kids listening to jazz until their bodies give out, like they're just Charlestoning and then they have heart attacks and die. Also worth noting that at this time, jazz is usually a euphemism for black.
My first lieutenant. Designation Jazz. This looks like a cool place to kick it.
Oh my god.
Glad to see we've come a long way on that. Hell, we can even go all the way back to the ancient Greeks, who freaked out when writing came along because kids wouldn't be able to remember shit anymore if they just learned how to read and write. And you know what? They were right. Defund the written language. Long live video! I'm just kidding, I wrote this whole thing. Now, none of this is to minimize the gravity of what we're talking about here. But if CSA is something we want to be—
Yeah, I don't really think Smosh really do their skit videos anymore. It's really more the crew doing random stuff to, like, trying to make each other laugh challenges, reading Reddit stories, and doing Jeopardy game. Yeah. My mother actually watches Smosh. My mother's a fan of Smosh. I remember when Smosh was a new thing, not being interested in it at all because it just felt like it was a fad. And now they're a brand, so I don't know. Smosh seems to be trying to get on the dropout hype. What is the dropout hype? You watch their videos every now and then? Yeah, I'm not gonna... That's not... It's like... I feel like they're like the Nickelodeon of internet content. If that makes sense at all to anybody. I don't even know if people watch Nickelodeon anymore. Also, when Anthony came back to Smosh, they did a skit video to celebrate him coming back to Smosh. Yes! My mother talked about that to me. And she had not heard of Smosh before that. Well, she was watching it, but she didn't know that they existed for that long. And she's like, it was really emotional, and like I was so happy about them being. It's just funny how she sees it. Dropout is another channel. Their most popular thing is a game show type thing. Oh, okay. It's a different channel. I see. They might be. I think that game show concepts for a YouTube channel are actually a smart idea. There's so many content types out there that are just like good ideas. Right now I'm just doing the Twitch thing where I'm just streaming to you guys, but like there are good ideas that I could be doing. I plan on because I seem to be the only one in the house, I plan on doing some coding tonight. My goal is to do motion capture stuff. Not that I'm going to do motion capture, but like have some fun animations in my game. Dropout is pretty funny. They have this D&D segment that is pretty popular, and they have this few game shows like they run that like Make Some Noise, Game Changers, and other ones. Interesting. I don't think I've ever heard of Dropout. I'm usually on the ball on this kind of thing. That's interesting. Good to know it's fun, though.
Be serious about preventing, there are much bigger pieces of the pie we need to go after. While it's easy to think of offenders as monsters, that kind of characterization actually can make it more difficult to identify abuse. We rarely think of family members as monsters. Adult abusers are usually trusted to some extent. That's how they get access and one-on-one time. But one of the biggest groups of offenders is a group you probably aren't even thinking about.
What that research has shown is that a significant proportion of cases of child sexual abuse are committed by other children, so people under the age of 18. And I'm thinking, of course, of research by David Finkelhor, who found, depending on the survey, anywhere from 50 to 75% of cases of child sexual abuse being perpetrated by other kids. And so the idea of the stranger adult who is sort of, lurking in waiting for to abuse children, that's rare. That's usually not what happens in terms of abuse.
And that's not...
I think I've actually talked about that on stream before. A lot of times, if you don't talk to your kids about sex and stuff like that, they end up teaching each other how to do sex, and you don't want that. That's why you gotta learn to be comfortable with your family members, or else you're gonna be in trouble. Make Some Noise is basically like Whose Line Is It Anyways, where 3 contestants have to act out skits given out by the host. And Game Changers is a game show where each episode is a different game. Each Game Changer episode is always different from the last. That's actually a really great idea. I wonder if that was like an amateur concept or if a TV producer decided to do a YouTube channel, because that's a great idea. I like that a lot.
Surprising. Kids are dumb. They're like adults, but stupider. They don't know about things like consent or physical boundaries and just generally what's okay and what isn't. In fact, the same things that make kids susceptible to abuse also make them kind of more likely to offend. One study by Janice Wolek and a number of Clark University researchers found that in roughly half of the cases of online predation they looked at, victims told investigators that they were in love with or had strong feelings for their offenders. Part of growing up is learning about boundaries and complicated feelings like love, so it makes sense that they would be confused. And I don't know about you, but I certainly had no idea what the fuck was going on when I was 14. God, what a fucking nightmare. I wouldn't even go back for the hair.
Kids engage in sexual, harmful sexual behaviors.
Would you go back for the hair?
For a variety of reasons. A lot of times it's because of lack of awareness, lack of knowledge, lack of sex education, lack of understanding of sexual boundaries, sexual agency, all those things. It's kids who are making mistakes and choosing to engage in harmful behaviors. And these behaviors still can be harmful.
Absolutely.
But they don't represent sort of like, an inner...
You'll go back for the days when he had a hat that was intact. I don't know. Degraded clothing is personality.
Kind of predator monster in waiting, kind of, again, those words that we often use to describe people engaged in harmful sexual behaviors. It's not really typical of these juvenile cases.
Juvenile offenders might
also, hi, friendly friend. Like, there's this one episode of Game Changer where there's this wheel they spin, and it has a bunch of rules on it, and whether the wheel lands on, whatever the wheel lands on, they stick to the rule, the Velcro suit, and they have to follow each rule that they have. And if another contestant calls out another one for breaking a rule, that contestant gets a point. And the person who broke the rule spins the wheel again. That's fascinating. I like that. That's cool. I might look into that more. I appreciate that you pointed that out to me. Because, like, a lot of game shows, in my opinion, they're fun, but, like, a lot of them are not that fun to watch. I'm not a big fan of watching Jeopardy, for example. But Family Feud, that can be fun. I like Family Feud personally because, like, it's kind of like, it's a game anybody could play even at home. You could say the same about Jeopardy, but Jeopardy's more about trivia, and it's more fun to stay on a lower level on that.
Be an even bigger part of the equation when we look just at online solicitation. A meta-analysis of 32 other CSA studies by David Finkelhor found that 44% of internet offenders were under the age of 18, and 68% were acquaintances of their victim. A 2023 survey by the Thorn organization found that only 5% of minors had had an online sexual interaction, and only 3% had had one with someone they thought was 18 or older, a far cry from that 1 in 5 number Dateline pushed.
That's why you like doing a Family Feud round on your trivia nights. It gives people a chance to catch up. Yeah, exactly. That kind of thing, that can, like, literally do really well. I actually have Family Feud ROMs on some of my game discs because of that kind of thing. Because I think it is a good inclusive game. These game shows aren't actually on YouTube. Dropout has their own site, but you can buy a subscription. Oh, they upload a bunch of their clips on YouTube. I see. Okay, now the concept is making more sense to me. Thank you.
Is all to say that when we talk about protecting kids, the anonymous creepy man on a chat room is far less common than a kid being pressured into sending nudes to a classmate.
But it's very similar. It's usually another kid, and it's usually someone that the child already knows. And in the case of online solicitation or online, asking for images, things like that, usually a peer, intimate partner, something like that. It's the stranger case is the rare case.
But Dangerous Web and later To Catch a Predator were far more focused on the specter of adult chat room stalkers, claiming that 50,000 online predators are active at any moment in the United States.
We enlisted the help of volunteers from Perverted Justice, who make it their mission to expose some of the estimated 50,000 predators nationwide.
I should play PlayStation 1 Family Feud. It's so bizarre, it's almost creepy. That could be fun. I feel like you guys could participate in playing that too. The subscription is $7 a month. Good lord.
To be trolling the
I'm not
internet
gonna
at
participate
any
in
given
that.
time.
I think that asking for $6 a month from you guys is too much. I think that it was much easier to ask for a $5 bill than $6.
A statistic that then got picked up by Congress.
Testimony to date has revealed the following statistics. 50,000 predators are online at any given time.
When the Columbia Journalism Review dug into that number, Dateline claimed the number had come from a retired FBI agent who consulted on the show. Quote, when the agent was contacted, he wasn't sure where the number had come from, terming it a Goldilocks figure, not small and not large. He added that it was the same figure used by the media to describe the number of people killed annually by satanic cults in the 1980s, and before that was cited as the number of children abducted by strangers each year in the 1970s. Reminds me of that 30 Rock episode where Matt Damon explains how pilots tell passengers it's only going to be a half hour so they don't freak out.
It's enough time so that people know they're going to have to wait, but it doesn't upset them.
So you're just lying? That's not right. We're paying customers.
Look, Liz, we have reasons for doing the things the way that we do them. We say half an hour to control the herds of walking mozzarella sticks who think that $300 in a photo ID gives them the right to fly through the air like one of the guardian owls of legend.
While Dateline has now disowned that number, if you search for stories about CSA today, you're bound to see a statistic credited to the FBI claiming that there are 500,000 active predators at any point online. I looked really hard for this number anywhere on the FBI's website or in any report that they've published, and was unable to find anything even remotely suggesting this 500,000 number. This is pure speculation on my part, but I think someone just tacked on a 0 to that Goldilocks number.
And can you tell me when we might be in the air, Captain?
Sure, in about a half an hour.
The final point I want to dispute when it comes to Catch a Predator is just who the show portrays as a potential victim.
11-year-old Laomi Wright admits when it comes to the internet, she doesn't play by the rules.
Rules are meant to be broken.
So you can imagine what her mother, Michelle, a producer here at NBC, is going through. In fact, recently, she found her daughter chatting online with a stranger at 12:30 in the morning.
The name was like Dog Man or
12:30 in the morning. Hold on. AM? Because, like, wouldn't you normally say 12:30 in the afternoon? Sorry, my autism is semantics. I don't know what that means. What time is 12:30 in the morning? Oh no, my mom just caught me talking to a stranger. What should I do, guys? My name is Lynx. There, we're no longer strangers.
With a stranger at 12:30 in the morning.
The name was like...
Yeah, it just says 12:30 in the morning. That's... I could see, you know, that's the thing though, like, you could say that it is morning time because, like, I actually hate how we do time. I don't like that we put the middle of the day and the night as being the time. Like, I understand sunrise is at different times for everyone, but I almost feel like the reset hour should be closer to 6 a.m. when the sun breaks the horizon. 24-hour time would be better. I agree.
Dog Man or something.
Dog Man? Who was this guy?
I don't know.
Welcome to Utopia.
Oh my god. We're getting new ones. I love this.
Is right here. But you'll soon realize, beneath every floor, there's something else. On the surface, there's order, prosperity.
My god, this is such a generic concept.
And happiness. Underneath, there's trade, control, and sacrifice. This isn't paradise. It's a mothership built on hidden secrets. Manage every sector, maintain the illusion, and uncover the truth behind the mothership. Welcome to Utopia.
I'm just kidding.
When the episodes do showcase potential victims and not just decoy personas, it's a wide variety of kids. And the implication is that any kid could fall for a chat room creep. But while 1 in 9 girls and 1 in 20 boys will experience SA before turning 18 according to RAINN, the children who fall for online enticement tend to be much more vulnerable than the typical population. In that study by Janice Wolak, the researchers point out that the kids who are most susceptible to online enticement are
because they are running out of space, I guess. I don't know, Weaslink.
Those who feel they have no adult support structure in real life. That can mean a volatile home life, or acting out abuse they've experienced, or even evolving feelings about sexuality. From that study, quote, hostility and social stigma towards homosexuality, as well as feelings of isolation and loneliness, may impair the ability of boys who identify as gay or questioning to form age-appropriate intimate relationships. Adolescent girls who report a high degree of conflict with their parents, and adolescent boys who report low parental monitoring are more likely than other youths to form close online relationships with people they meet. And this is something that the decoys at To Catch a Predator understand at a fundamental level. In their conversations with suspects, they often play up the idea that they're home alone, neglected by their parents.
He only came here because he felt badly for the teen who was left home alone.
He was so anxious to have some company when he was left by himself for 4 days, but under circumstances it sounded neglectful.
So you're the Good Samaritan.
That first investigation closes with a conversation about how to keep kids safe, pointing to the huge disconnect between children and adults on these topics. And it advocated for active and involved parenting as one of the best possible deterrents.
I guess all the protective software in the world will not substitute for a good relationship between a parent and a child.
No, an active, involved parent is more than any match for any predator that's out there right now.
But this fell by the wayside really quickly. By the third installment, To Catch a Predator was much more like the show we've all come to know. Dateline had received enough pushback from the audience that they looped in the police, usually working with sheriff's offices to arrest their suspects as soon as they left the conversation with Chris Hansen. The runtime ballooned to 2 hours, with just a—
You know what's crazy? Hold on. I'm sorry.
As they left the conversation.
Using zip ties to detain someone is so absurd to me. I'm so used to seeing those, metal handcuffs, or even those, really rigid handcuffs that don't even allow you to flex them around. Fun fact, I think some states have laws that require handcuffs to be easy to break off. People don't realize it, but they're, supposedly easy to break off in case they need to, as a safety precaution, because you might die.
Conversation with Chris Hansen. The runtime ballooned to 2 hours, with just a handful of minutes at the end spent educating parents on how to get in touch with their internet service provider, a thing that I'm sure tons of people did, right after they got a root canal for funsies. The show spent approximately 5 minutes talking about protecting children, including this absolute gem.
There may be 300 kids sitting in that assembly, and we'll say, okay, every fifth one stand up. Look, there you go. You've seen it. You're the ones that are going to be approached by a predator.
Don't have sex, because you will get pregnant and die. Don't have sex in the missionary position. Don't have sex standing up. Just don't do it, promise?
While the series was ostensibly about educating the public about an emerging issue they might not know much about, it's not exactly an accurate portrayal of that issue, nor does it really provide much in the way of prevention advice. And I think you can sense this lack of substance even in the way Chris Hansen talks in front of Congress. Yes, he spoke to Congress about the epidemic of online predators.
That is why a dialogue between parent and child and teacher and student is so critical.
I don't know if he's a sociopath or a psychopath, but this is unhinged.
It's really the same discussion our parents had with us years ago about
You're not
strangers
wrong.
at the playground
Easily.
or accepting a ride from someone you don't know.
You can also see it in the way he answers questions about prevention in Reddit AMAs, giving very milquetoast answers without really saying anything about how parents can talk to their kids about these issues. Which is the hard part. Everybody knows you should talk to your kids. The question is, what do you say?
By all means, parents can continue talking to their kids about safety with strangers. Don't get into a stranger's car, having a safety point, that all makes sense. But it can't be the only conversation, because if so, it's missing out on the kinds of situations that are most likely to occur. And so what parents need to do is have, age-appropriate conversations beginning early around, starting off when kids are
You
young.
usually see zip ties used in protests and stuff, but if you're just arresting one guy, where are your handcuffs? Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't make sense that it's zip ties. That's very strange.
Around sort of
that gives me, so I already don't like To Catch a Predator as a show concept. The fact that they're using zip ties just kind of adds the aesthetic that they're not actually following legal procedures, and it feels like they're kidnapping the guy instead. I remember seeing a video of a guy giving a speech to a group of college kids about how premarital sex is a sin, and who I presume another college student walks up into the microphone and says, "Does you consider premarital sex if you never get married?" That's funny. That's actually really funny. Yeah, I've been to schools where they do the abstinence only training, and I've been to schools where they properly educate you. I definitely think the abstinence only thing is not a good tactic. Not a good tactic at all.
Around, starting off when kids are younger, around sort of their bodies, the right to keep themselves safe, the right for people not to touch them, and then moving into responsible behaviors with other children, with other people, issues around consent. I think it's not just a single conversation that you have, but it's a continuous conversation that changes based on the needs and the environment of the kid and how old they are and sort of what their context is.
But regardless, these are bad guys, right? There's got to be a more charitable way to do this, right? Maybe To Catch a Predator isn't educational, but maybe there's some other usefulness that we can get out of the show.
Look, he's giving up all of himself just to be with her. He's done so much for her, and she leaves him for the other guy. What a scumbag. Alright, bye.
So, To Catch a Predator doesn't really educate the public, or provide any kind of framework to prevent future abuse. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it has no value, right? After all, these programs were watched by millions and millions of Americans. At the very least, potential predators might watch the show and get spooked out, right? Right? Not right.
She pretends not to know about the show to see if a man apparently aware of our investigation would still take the risk and show up. He explains to her it's a show on NBC. They have been doing a lot of shows about internet predators, but that isn't enough to scare him away.
Does the incel game ads actually work? Okay, so we've been watching these scam ads for some time. They're testing it out. I think these things are experiments. I think that they're testing the social response, and they're like grading how favorably people are to them. When do they hit the skip button? Do they click the link to play the game? I think that they're not actually trying to get you to play the game. They're testing what makes you interested. And I do think recently, because the scam ads recently popped up again, that they've been focusing on affairs, incels, and stuff like that. I think that's the new test, but also I'm falling for it because I'm laughing at it and letting the ad play a little bit longer, which demonstrates that I'm interested in that content, which makes it so it goes further and further. So I don't know if they work, but I think that they're trying to identify the exact formula that does work. I can't imagine this being a real thing, you know? I can imagine people with lab coats analyzing the data, but I can't imagine them actually trying to do something. Normal ads like Coke, yes, Coca-Cola, Santa. Oh my god.
They'll take the risk and show up. He explains to her it's a show on NBC. They have been doing a lot of shows about internet predators, but that isn't enough to scare him away.
By Chris Hansen's own admission, the show did absolutely nothing to deter potential predators.
Dateline has now done 5 in less than 2 years. You'd think that would be a deterrent, perhaps for some, but for many other men, the desire to meet a teen for sex is too powerful. We've also seen men who think the odds of being caught are remote. In our last investigation, several visitors realized almost immediately what was going on. It was almost as if they were saying, "Oh, you're that guy, this is that show, and you want me to sit over here?"
On numerous occasions, suspects came to the house and said that they'd actually watched previous installments of the series before chatting up someone that they thought was underage.
Do you ever watch Dateline?
I've watched it once.
Did you ever think you'd actually be on To Catch a Predator? Well, Todd, there's something I gotta tell you.
Oh my god.
I'm Chris Hansen with Dateline NBC.
All right, so what? These are...
Hold on. I'm gonna be honest, this looks like a guy who would definitely watch To Catch a Predator and also get caught on To Catch a Predator. He's kind of dressed like Eddie from Silent Hill 2, isn't he? Bold of you to assume we won't get another AI-generated McDonald's ad saying Christmas is worse this time of year if you're not at McDonald's. It's true. God, it's...
I'm on it.
I'm Chris Hansen with Dateline NBC.
All right, so what? These are clearly bad people. People who thought they were talking to a minor and asking them about sex. But if you want to catch predators, are we sure that this is the best way to go about it? I mean, is this even legal?
You know, some of the things they could be doing could be...
My cat's chewing, trying to chew on my my wire. So my mother recently caught a mouse in her room with the live chat that we have. And it's an actual mouse. It's not a vole like the last one that we had in my room. But this cat knows that there's a mouse in there, and he's been trying to get me to open my mother's bedroom door so he can kill it.
Potentially questionable in terms of legality.
That's
It's also
Masai
an
Lord,
Asmodeus,
a
it's
lawyer
true.
I spoke to about entrapment.
My name is Masai Lord. I'm the founding partner of Lord Law Group. I specialize in civil rights and criminal defense and employment discrimination. I'm a proud former public defender. Generally speaking, there's two elements to entrapment. There's the inducement and there's predisposition. And predisposition is the really important one for a lot of defendants, because you have to show that but for the government actor, like if it wasn't for this officer doing these things, that I would not have otherwise committed this crime. It's kind of, you have to demonstrate that your readiness and willingness to participate in the crime absent government interference. Generally speaking, no government, no crime. That's just the best way to think of it.
And it's not hard to see the framework of entrapment here. Not only are decoys posing as minors and trying to get guys to say they'll them, but they also invite them over to a house, one that they definitely would not have gone to without having been told about it. A 2009 paper from the Seton Hall Journal of Sports and Entertainment Law lays it out this way. Quote, "To catch a predator may be compromising the otherwise admissible evidence found in the lewd conversations with minors on the predator's computer by creating entrapment issues during the luring of the predators to the decoy home. Online enticement of a minor."
Absolutely correct.
Is just having a sexually explicit conversation online is illegal on its own.
Once a predator has made it clear he wants sex with a minor and makes a date for the liaison, the crime has already been committed. He doesn't even have to show up. But will he?
There's no need for the suspects to show up at the house in order to pin this charge on them. Well, except that the show would suck without Chris Hansen confronting sleazebags and telling them how gross he thinks they are.
What are you doing to get help?
Seeing a psychiatrist right now.
Well, it doesn't look like it's working too well based upon all this.
I just started talking to him.
This gets pretty freaky here.
Now, this isn't exactly a surprising critique, and it's one that Dateline anticipated. They said this just 7 minutes into the first episode.
Why is this not entrapment?
Well, it's not entrapment. First of all, we're not a legal entity. Secondly, we're sitting in a chat room.
It's not entrapment because we're not a legal entity. I hate vigilantes so much.
We're not starting anything. They're having a conversation with us of their own free will.
This becomes a much worse answer once the police started working directly with the show, which we'll get to in a little bit.
Yeah, that's true. We did see them zip tie those guys.
Dateline has also claimed that getting suspects to show up at the house is an indication of intent, something that helps shield against accusations of entrapment, because entrapment is really weird and doesn't make a lot of sense.
They can use the fact that you committed the crime to show that you're predisposed to commit the crime.
That feels circular.
Yeah, it is. But they say, well, you're predisposed because you did it. And in order for you to get the defense of entrapment, you have to admit that you committed the crime. So, so you have to admit that you did it. And then once you admit you did it, the state can say, oh, well, he admitted to doing it. That means he's predisposed to do it. So that's difficult. That's difficult.
I'm dizzy. Perverted Justice argues that they never bring up the topic of sex first. But if you actually look at the chat logs, which Perverted Justice used to post on their website and which are still available via the Internet Archive, it's not always so clear. And decoys are quite willing to flirt with that ethical line. I'm sorry, that was an inappropriate pun. I'm sorry. Sorry, everybody. Sorry. As Douglas McCollum writes, quote, "It seems clear that a lot of the men snared aren't hardcore predators. Many express doubts about what they're doing and have to be egged along a bit by the decoys, many of whom come off as anything but innocent children. In some cases, suspects express doubts about age differences only for decoys to reassure them and bring the conversation back to enticement. In others, decoys appear to escalate the conversation by suggesting that the suspect brings condoms when they finally do meet. And just who are these perverted justice people anyways? You know, the ones that the entire show is built off of. That's a weird name for an organization."
Enter a group called Perverted Justice, a kind of online vigilante organization whose mission is to do what it believes law enforcement doesn't always have the resources to do: make a full-time job of going after internet predators. And they do it by posing as kids online.
Well, to borrow a phrase from the Democratic Party, They're fucking weirdos. While the Perverted Justice website is no longer active, I used the Wayback Machine to take a peek, and it was a fucking weird place. Again, they posted all the chat logs, which I appreciated for fact-checking purposes, but it was weird that they had this running commentary that seemed to be filled with a ghoulish kind of glee. I don't know, I don't think you should have fun doing
entrapment the
it.
entire reason why someone like EDP455 didn't get arrested is still out for they're free? Yeah, there's a couple of things. One, it was certainly a form of entrapment. Two, the vigilantes tainted any evidence that could have been used against it by not properly processing and documenting that stuff. I've said this before. I'm a little suspicious of the YouTuber vigilantes that include people like, I think his name is Schlepp. I don't remember his name. I've said this before. I kind of suspect that these guys are doing a service for the pedophiles to, like, shake the trail off of them by causing mass confusion and disruption of evidence that could possibly be compiled against them. There are some major concerns I have for that.
If that's not enough for you, they also ranked all of those chat log conversations by disgustingness level. Maybe people are into that, I don't know, but it sounds about as fun as ranking burn victims by who is the least recognizable. They also sold merch, merch that will make you feel like as much of a creep as the people they're allegedly hunting. Ew. Lot of projection going on. The leader of the group was a man named Xavier von Erck, having legally changed his name from Philip Eid because he wanted to nod to his German heritage, which has never been a red flag before. Never. Anyway, von Erck had a bit of a sadistic streak. He was quoted in a Radar Online article saying, quote, "I wish I could fucking kill 9/11 conspiracy theorists. Yes, kill. I'd like to kill them. Kill them all. I want you to die. I wish you would die. Why don't you die? Just die." That article also described him being really mad about people who were executed by Iraqi insurgents because they, quote, "kneeled meekly and struggled, bending to the will of the kidnappers." Really embracing the German heritage, I see.
There's something really funny to me about these people that are like, if I was on 9/11, I would have killed those terrorists. It's like, you would not. Like, it would be cool. Like, everyone has the hindsight bias of bravery. Do you think similar system to Overwatch diversity scale? Probably. I love that diversity scale, by the way.
Von Erck also catfished a vocal critic of Perverted Justice over months, pretending to be a woman named Holly, having cybersex with him twice, and convincing him to leave his wife for the fictional Holly before bragging about the entire thing online. Seems like he understands online predators in a really, really intimate way. Anyway, NBC paid Perverted Justice $100,000 for each episode of To Catch a Predator, and the organization was even deputized in at least one sting by local law enforcement, which could actually make the defense of entrapment more plausible if they were acting on behalf of law enforcement, right?
You know, yes, the law says that in order for it to be entrapment, you have to be a state actor, but you can be working as a private, organization, a private agency, or even a corporation in conjunction on the behest of the state. And so if that's the case, then you can make the argument that the state is in fact, the government is in fact the person who's behind this and responsible for it.
Aha! Gotcha, Perverted Justice! You've activated your own trap card! Oh wait, Masai wasn't done talking yet.
If he encourages you or he accidentally gets you to do a crime, that's not sufficient. It has to be his conscious objective that he has to intend for you to commit it. He can't know that you're going to do it. He has to purposely intend for you to commit that crime. And that creates a very high standard for the officer. So with all those things taken into account, you realize that entrapment is pretty much an impossible defense.
And yet, despite how impossible it is to make an entrapment defense, To Catch a Predator still found a way to overstep. In Sonoma County, a judge acquitted a sailor caught in one of the show's stings, ruling that he'd been entrapped, saying, quote, "This case is the poster child for the abuse in this program. They took everything away from this kid just to make a TV show."
Ah! Oh, metaphor. Look, guys, metaphor. I'm not allowed to do stuff like this. Okay.
There's so little case here, I'm throwing it out because it's so clear the guy's been entrapped. The jurors who were interviewed, at least one of them said they felt bad for him, his life had been ruined, and they really thought that this perverted justice that NBC partners with on this had overstepped its bounds. I mean, that speaks volumes.
It does, and that will probably be the reason why he will get some money in the civil lawsuit.
There were 28 other arrests from that sting, all of which might have also been ruled entrapment. But this was the only case where the defendant didn't take a plea deal and went to trial. It's worth noting that the trial didn't even take place until 2011, for an arrest that aired in 2006, which is a long time to fight this kind of accusation in court. Again, check out my videos on Law & Order to learn about the coercive nature of plea deals. Regardless, like we said earlier, these issues with perverted justice shouldn't matter too much in the eyes of the law. They're a private organization, so there's no entrapment here. And yeah, they're disgusting people, but so are the police. Most importantly though, they shouldn't even be needed to make these cases if, as Chris Hansen has claimed many times, the police are conducting an independent, parallel investigation.
It's difficult for law enforcement and prosecutors to come in after the fact and, based upon our broadcast story and based upon Perverted Justice's chat logs, to prosecute all these men. In Fairfax County, Virginia, they did as best they could. Once law enforcement started having a parallel investigation, then obviously, they're in on it from their standpoint from the beginning, and they're able to make their cases.
There is a separation between the police and our operation. We do what we do. Perverted Justice provides us with the chat logs. We do the interview with these guys. They leave. Perverted Justice has provided the information requested by the police from them, and then the police, who are running their parallel investigation, take action after that.
And we just have a few seconds left, but parallel investigation, the cops would have been there anyway? Clearly not.
No, clearly not. The police have, in most cases, contacted Perverted Justice and have said, look, we're interested in doing something like this. We need your expertise. We set up our investigation separate to that of the police.
The problem is that they aren't. They aren't independent, and then they aren't parallel.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry, this is funny. Part 3. Watch this guy die. That's a nice way to name. I like that he's trying to be monetized safely. Anyway, this was the whole point. We watched all that just to get to this whole point of this video. I actually really like this. Actually, you know what? I like it so much I gotta take a screenshot of it. I'm gonna put this in the live chat. I think I'm gonna make a habit of, if I like something enough, I'm gonna take a screenshot and put it in my live chat. Because like it is a very funny thing. He does kind of look like a guy who would open carry a shotgun. Yeah, probably.
You know, one time I was doing a show called To Catch a Predator. We almost caught this pedophile, but then he ran from us because he didn't want to be on Dateline. So we tracked him down to his house. And you know what he did? He shot himself. It'd be a shame if you didn't want to go on Dateline. It'd be a shame if we had to track you down and you shot yourself.
To showcase just how interconnected To Catch a Predator was with law enforcement, let's look at the thing I've been teasing this whole time. The time the show kinda killed someone.
Police move in on a surprising suspect, and there are deadly consequences.
This is from the 9th investigation of To Catch a Predator, which aired in 2007 and was based in Murphy, Texas. It's pretty hard to watch because of just how much the show plays into the sensationalism of the death of one of their suspects, basically hyping it as must-see TV.
Instead, officers went to his house, and there, events took a startling and tragic turn.
The man in question...
Are we glad that mainstream media is kind of dying right now?
...was Bill Conrad Jr., a 56-year-old assistant district attorney who lived in a neighboring county. Conrad was caught in the Perverted Justice sting, and clearly committed the crime of online solicitation of a minor. Just trust me on this one. Conrad did it. I'm not gonna read you any of the things he wrote because they're bad, they're explicit, and again, I'm trying my damnedest not to get demonetized completely. Please, monetization gods, do not demonetize me. And if you like the work I'm doing, consider becoming a patron today. Patreon.com/skipintro. Now, this was a juicy pull for Dateline.
We've had doctors, teachers.
Teach school. I'm in education. I'm a teacher.
Even a rabbi show up during our investigations. But here in Murphy, Texas, just outside of Dallas, this is the first time we've come across an assistant district attorney.
Unfortunately for Chris Hansen and the To Catch a Predator crew, the last day of production rolled around and Conrad still hadn't shown up to the decoy house.
Although he was invited by the decoy, the DA never showed up at our undercover house.
As we laid out before, this shouldn't really matter for the case. Conrad had already definitely done the crime of having those conversations online. But no confrontation means that it's not very usable on TV, which is bad for both the police and the show. Dateline is obviously robbed of their spicy story, but the police are also robbed of a national headline where they're the heroes. We looked at how the police use reality TV shows to entrench their power in the last episode of Copaganda on Cops.
But never have we had someone who would shoot themselves. Yeah. The part that's wild to me about this is like the fact that, okay, so as he points out, it's the guy doesn't show up to the Sting house, right? So like that's bad for the show, but also it's bad for the cops, as he points out. But like it doubles the problem because like why now it's just like they're hunting them down. Like it really does become that kind of problem.
The police are also robbed of a national headline where they're the heroes. We looked at how the police use reality TV shows to entrench their power in the last episode of Copaganda on Cops and Live PD. Hey, that's another show that filmed a dying man in Texas. Small world. Anyways, according
to... It would look bad for Starge if we let such a dangerous creature to run loose. Yeah, no, it's genuinely great.
To an investigative report in Esquire by Luke Dietrich, Police Lieutenant Adana...
a part of me wants to make my own version of Resident Evil. But, like, instead of monsters, it's just, like, the STARS unit before the Arclay Mansion incident.
Barber got a call at 12:30 a.m. Sunday morning, the day the Dateline crew was scheduled to leave. Dietrich describes what happened.
It's so vague,
next.
It has to
Quote,
be.
Barber relayed a message to the chief. Chris Hansen wants the police to get an arrest warrant and a search warrant for Bill Conrad. He and the rest of the Dateline crew have decided that since Conrad is no longer responding to IMs or answering his telephone, he is probably not going to come to the decoy house in Murphy. Since he won't come to them, they've decided to go to him. Basically, the producers want the interview and arrest of Bill Conrad to follow the standard To Catch a Predator formula, despite Conrad's evident unwillingness to visit the decoy house. And they want the warrants ready by morning. According to both Hansen and Von Erck, after the fact, this rush was necessary in order to make sure that Conrad didn't delete any evidence. In the episode itself, Hansen even tries to cover his tracks, asking a cop this.
Why was it so important to you to move quickly here? Why not, for instance, wait until Monday morning and let him go into the office and make a controlled arrest at his office?
Simply because when he started the maneuvers to erase evidence or to close out accounts and everything, we didn't want there to be any more destruction.
But this is irrelevant. If there was truly a parallel investigation and the police weren't just relying on perverted justice, there was already more than enough evidence for an online solicitation case. The police chief hurried to get a warrant, and Detective Walter Weiss, the officer who filled out the warrant paperwork, told Dietrich that it had been so rushed and he'd been so tired writing it that the warrant had the wrong city, the wrong county, and the wrong date on it. Despite this completely botched warrant, Murphy PD showed up at Conrad's house with the Dateline camera crew, camped out for hours until Sunday morning turned into afternoon. Here's how Dietrich describes what happened next. But by this afternoon, in front of Bill Conrad's house, whatever wall may have once divided Dateline and the police has essentially collapsed. Chief Myrick and Lieutenant Barber are about 30 feet away, hiding behind
Instead of monsters, it's crack eggs, basically an anti-drug campaign. No, the idea that I have is that it would be... So, my mentality is that you guys are super cops, brought in for only the worst case scenarios. And it'd be like hostage situations, it'd be raids. And I would like to reward cops like with a morality meter for arresting people. Like if you get up behind someone and you press the triangle button, you just do a takedown move and you put cuffs on them or something like that. but like I would like it to be anti-cop. Like the overall message would be anti-cop still. Sorry, I got a little carried away describing the gameplay mechanics. That's a game that I would like a team to make, by the way, what I just described.
Has essentially collapsed. Chief Myrick and Lieutenant Barber are about 30 feet away, hiding behind trees. Another man, a cameraman, is hiding behind a different tree, much closer to the door, evidently trying hard to stay out of the footage being recorded by the other NBC cameramen, perhaps for aesthetic reasons. Perhaps because it is generally illegal for news cameras to be on private property without permission. Dateline's
like Ready or Not, but anti-cop, exactly.
Casting crew outnumber the 5 cops here by a factor of 2. SWAT raided the house, and Conrad shot himself in the head, dying later at the hospital. Many have questioned this plan. Ed Walton, the district attorney for Kaufman County, which is where Conrad's house was located, called the local police, quote, the most incompetent bunch of buffoons you've ever seen. Another attorney from the county and friend of Conrad called the decision to send in SWAT, quote, the stupidest and most unnecessary thing that I have ever heard of in law enforcement. If they really wanted to do the right thing, they could have waited until Bill came out, or they could have gone to the courthouse where he worked and arrested him. You know, he was not like John Dillinger. That was all for sensationalism. Right, why not?
I love that. The fact that the cops became rabid for sensationalism is such a common problem, and it's so disgusting.
Wait until Monday morning, when Conrad would be at work, and thus far less likely to have a gun, posing less threat to both himself and the arresting officers. Hansen himself has even pretended that this is the kind of outcome he would have preferred.
They were doing this as a courtesy as opposed to make a big show out of it and arrest him at the DA's office the next day.
Right.
I had no control over that. I would have preferred, television-wise, they go into the DA's office the next day because that's a big show.
That's big on TV, absolutely.
Whatever. It wasn't my call.
Hey look, it's our good friend Sean Larkin, the former cop who harassed and lied to suspects on live PD to get them to sign release forms before painting them as irrationally angry black people. What an incestuous web of ghouls we have here. Back to Hansen. I don't buy this explanation even a little bit. First of all, there's no way he actually thinks that would be better TV than a SWAT raid. Come on. Has he seen TV? And second of all, there's no way the district attorney's office would have let them film in their building.
You're not, because look at the DA's office. You're gonna see you. They're gonna tell you you're not coming in, and they're gonna say, "Oh, we're executing an arrest warrant." Okay, the officers can come in and execute the arrest warrant. They're not. You're not going to have the spectacle.
And that's not the only lie Hansen has told about the events of that day.
Ultimately, when they did the forensic examination of his laptop, they found multiple images of child porn.
The episode itself even implies this, speculating without any evidence or examination that he must have had worse stuff on his laptop.
What does that say about the contents of it?
Unfortunately, I mean, and I am just surmising or guessing here too, that it's going to be something that's going to be way worse than the chats or even than the pictures that he had already sent.
But that's just not true. According to Detective Weiss, who executed the search warrant, and this is quoting from Dietrich's article, quote, a forensic analysis of the laptop has verified that Bill Conrad was the person who chatted online with Luke, but that the computer hard drive was otherwise devoid of anything illegal or indicative of sexual predation. Soon afterward, Weiss will resign from the Murphy police and consider never returning to law enforcement. He'll make ends meet working at a private security firm. He will meet with a reporter in the reporter's hotel room, recount what he did and what he didn't do, and he will start to cry and then apologize for making a fool of himself. Very cool guy, this Chris Hansen. Not slimy or gross at all.
Yeah, just a friendly reminder that the whole reason we're doing this because Chris Hansen is apparently currently going undercover, air quotes, in Roblox. If I see Chris Hansen attached to any project, I know it's a scam of some kind.
I get it, though. If I'd driven a man to death, I'd probably deny it, too. It's just not good for the brand. Conrad's sister would go on to sue NBC for $105 million, which NBC settled out of court for an undisclosed amount of money and then canceled To Catch a Predator. Hansen has also continued to downplay this whole thing.
You know, ultimately his sister sued NBC for millions and millions of dollars. The case was settled.
Right.
For a lot of different reasons. A settlement comes out of insurance policy. You go to trial, which I'm confident we would have won. It comes out of the news budget. It ties up months and months of my time. I'm sad for the sister. I truly am.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
To make matters worse, neither perverted justice nor the police.
It's weird how much Trump has mentally declined since that video clip.
did their homework for the Murphy investigation by the time it was handed over to prosecutor Doris Berry. From Dietrich, quote, not only was there no warrant, but the police had done literally no prior investigation. Instead, they simply camped outside the decoy house and arrested the men who emerged after receiving a prior signal from the Dateline crew inside. The only thing Doris Berry won't quite be able to figure out is whether this means that Dateline had become an agent of the Murphy Police Department, or whether the relationship was the other way around. Ultimately, Berry had to drop charges against all 23 men arrested during the Dateline Murphy sting. She didn't have a case. I think this story exemplifies two things. First, the show wasn't separate from law enforcement. It was law enforcement. And second, that televising police action as entertainment leads to bad policing, with cops trying to make good TV rather than serving the public. I think you can make a pretty reasonable argument that Bill Conrad would still be alive if he hadn't been caught on a TV show.
Patricia Conrad is his sister.
And these people were acting as not only police, but judge, jury, and executioner.
Now, you might be saying, who cares? Fuck him, he's a creep and he got what he deserved. Our laws don't carry a death penalty for this offense. And even if they did, do you really want a TV show to be the one determining that? You want him to die without any trial just so NBC can sell ads?
A murderer was...
That's my disposition. I really think that we should always put people through the proper ratings system.
captured this morning and tried today.
Guilty.
Sentence, death. Execution tonight at 6. All net, all channels. Would you like to know more?
Have you noticed most games these days either make you spend money or your time? If you don't pay, you hit a wall. If you skip tasks, you fall behind. But Tile Survive is completely different. No ads interrupting your experience. No pay-to-win pressure slowing your progress.
It's the same thing, skipping.
I think it's telling that Chris Hansen has tried to cover his tracks by lying and saying that Conrad had tons of other material on his laptop. He knows that he has to do that in order to make the death seem justified, because he knows that the original offense is not worthy of an execution. If the purpose of the show is just to catch would-be offenders, why does this process need to be broadcast nationally in a way that seems to only impede investigations or give the police cover to not do their jobs? Like, just work with the cops behind the scenes. The way To Catch a Predator and Perverted Justice frame this is that the system is so overwhelmed and that they need to help out law enforcement, and that doing it as a TV show is a way to fund that help.
Law enforcement agencies like the FBI and U.S. Customs have made catching internet predators a high priority, but they say the problem is just too big.
But it's simply not true that there are so many cases that police can't keep up. In 2003, the year before Predator premiered, a national juvenile online victimization study by Janice Wallach found that...
I feel like this would be, it would be a good stream to get one of those phone emulator things on your PC, download those game ads, see what they're actually like. I have actually clicked on them before to see if that would be good game stream content. A lot of them are they're not like they have like 5 seconds of, oh, I know everything about this game. Like that, it's not enough, unfortunately. I definitely think you're right. Maybe like a whole day of just like a compilation of them. But a lot of them are like they're like, oh, in order to continue, you need to put your credit card information in case you want to buy something. It's like, okay.
Quote, more online were arrested for soliciting undercover investigators posing as adolescents than were arrested for soliciting actual youths. I can't believe I'm saying this, but the cops were kind of on it already. Is that right? Feels weird to say. It just doesn't sound right. And despite a goal I think many of us are behind in theory, catching offenders before they harm a child, To Catch a Predator was not always welcome in the communities they shot in. As Brad Russ, a former commander of the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force, told Radar Online in 2006, quote, how would you feel if the media rented a house in your neighborhood and drew 30 people who demonstrated a propensity for children to your house? What happens when they flee at a high rate of speed and they T-bone your wife's car? We would never set up a sting in a residential neighborhood. It's not like these are actually secret predators down the street lurking in local neighborhoods the way To Catch a Predator might have you believe.
I was surprised at how many actually came in just that period of time. It was alarming. What is happening down the street? What is happening around the corner? What is happening within our county?
Personally, I'm totally shocked that that many people responded, which just shows me that it's not something rare. It's not the 1 in a million guy out there. They're all over.
But despite...
Reminds you of an article titled "Undercover Cop as a Buyer Arrests Another Undercover Cop That's a Dealer." Yeah, that's like actually kind of what it seems like. A lot of these circumstances, though, they do their best to kind of like they try to do investigations. Like, investigations can take months. Like, from my understanding, like, if you do like an illegal search on Google and Google flags that account, it could take up to like 6 months for them to decide, okay, we got him, let's go get him, like that kind of thing. Like they try to make sure it's a behavior and a pattern before they decide to do anything.
That scary vibe and rhetoric. The show also admits that many of these men travel, sometimes
best case scenario, by the way,
hours by car, sometimes across state lines, to meet at the decoy house.
Some even cross state lines.
I do want to point out, I did know someone that travel. Like, I live in the up northern northeast part of the United States, and a guy like literally is driving to Mississippi to meet a 13-year-old. Like, I knew him. Like, such an idiot. I feel like I just should say their first and last name, because they've already been convicted, right? They got pulled over. They fought the cops. They shot their own gun across their chest. They were bringing a gun to meet a 13-year-old. Anyway, it was a sting operation, and I do want to say that, like, I'm glad that worked out that way. I hope that he's in jail for longer than 5 years.
He's coming over here. This 23-year-old drove from Fort Wayne, Indiana. It's about 100.
You know, who knows? But you know, when my kid is acting up, I just tell him to have a timeout.
103 miles, more than 2 hours away. He traveled from another state to meet a 14-year-old. 31-year-old Eric Rubalcava comes from Houston, more than 4 hours away.
So, are they just down the street? Or does the show need to pull suspects from several states just to get 30-odd arrests that might get thrown out in court anyways? I don't think that the purpose of To Catch a Predator was to educate people, or to deter would-be offenders, or even really to catch predators. I think the whole thing was really just about trying to punish through shame. There's an almost palpable glee in Hansen when he reveals to his interviewee that they're on TV, and the cameras rush in and they hide. I think reporter Brian Montepalli nailed it when writing for CBS News in 2006.
Go sit in the corner, think about what you've done. Have a seat in that corner.
Quote,
how's that?
Public humiliation has been used for that purpose at least since the time prisoners were placed in the stocks and the pillory. One can, of course, argue that potential child molesters should be exposed to the public. Some law enforcement agencies do so. Dateline, however, is not the law. Even if you think it's appropriate for these men to be exposed, is the decision to do so one that should be made by the media? And not just the media, the lamestream media. This is NBC. Come on, guys. Nobody likes the mainstream media. Unfortunately, there's only one way shame and fear go politically. More cops and more jails. And you know what? I'm not sure more cops is really going to be the answer here. They kind of do it a lot too.
Hello, my name is Alex Carter. I'm the game...
Oh. My god, the AI is pretending to be the game designer.
...producer of Foundation. Foundation is a sci-fi strategy experience where, from day one, you step into the role of commander, you lead a full space fleet, you manage a central space station, and you command an experienced crew. Players upgrade their station, their ships, and their characters. They gather resources. They engage in PvE and PvP combat across multiple space sectors. This is not about survival, it's about leadership.
That was so dumb.
So just how good are the police at clearing these crimes anyways? Our best source of data here is going to be the FBI's Uniform Crime Reporting, which tracks cases closed by arrest.
Yeah, it is really funny. Like, hello, I am not an AI voice.
back to 1995. Now, this isn't a perfect metric, since the FBI doesn't really break down the data into specific offenses, and police departments report their arrest numbers voluntarily. It's also worth noting that people are likely much more comfortable reporting instances of SA today than they were 10, 20, or 30 years ago. But even with all of that in mind, we can see that clearance rates for rape have been steadily declining as far back as we can measure. In 1995, 51.1% of the country's 82,000 cases resulted in an arrest. By 2004, when To Catch a Predator premiered, that number was down to just 41%. The most recent data from 2019 shows that police made an arrest in just 32.6% of cases reported to them. This isn't because the police don't have the resources either, because their funding has exploded over that same time period. According to a report from Bloomberg, the annual police budget has tripled since 1977 when adjusting for inflation, and nearly doubled since 1995, after the number of violent crimes started dropping precipitously. Even the American Action Forum, a conservative policy think tank, notes that the growth of police budgets has outpaced the growth of the population. Again, after violent crime rates have already fallen and stabilized. According to the Johns Hopkins School of Public Health, state and federal governments spent an estimated $5.4 billion in 2021 to incarcerate adults convicted of sex crimes against children. Yet the amount spent on CSA prevention was just $2 million in 2019. As The Hill reports, we spend $3,125 on punishment for every $1 we spend in prevention research.
We need more prevention research.
And besides their poor performance, I'm not convinced the police are the best approach to CSA prevention. A Washington Post data analysis found over 1,800 police officers charged with CSA from 2005 through 2022. They also reported that of those cases, 83% were convicted either by a judge, jury, or plea deal, which comes out to 1,469 officers convicted for CSA. Perverted Justice never published their arrest numbers, but they did claim over 600 convictions from 2004 until they shut down in 2019. So, we're talking about 2.5 times as many cops convicted for CSA than Perverted Justice caught during their sting operations over roughly the same time period. Of the cops who were charged, the Washington Post found only 7% were charged with online solicitation, which again, isn't that surprising. As we said earlier, most CSA takes place in real life, not online, and often involves someone with a position of power or trust over a child. And who is more trusted or powerful in our society than the police? I mean, here's a kid's book that my friend gave me, and they got some gems in here like, policemen protect you, keep you safe in many, many ways. That they learn how to protect you. That night and day, policemen work to protect you and keep you safe. This level of trust makes it very hard for other adults to recognize abuse when it happens, as evidenced by a number of stories shared in that Washington Post report. They tell the story of Alexis, a 15-year-old who was groomed by her school's 44-year-old resource officer, who invited her to eat lunch in his office, gave her rides, messaged her late at night, and even befriended her father. While some parents raised concerns about the relationship with both the school board and law enforcement, in an email response to the superintendent, Sheriff Paul Fila stated, quote, "Friendliness with kids sometimes comes across like it's something other than what it is." When Alexis came to her resource officer about her pregnancy, in which he was the father, he told her not to tell anyone because cops don't do good in jail. She lied to her parents, got an abortion, and the abuse wasn't discovered until more complaints rolled in and the Kansas Bureau of Investigation got involved. Or take the case of Timothy Barber, an officer who groomed a 16-year-old Chick-fil-A worker we'll call Ann. He hung around the restaurant and exploited her childhood dream to be a police officer, offering to give her a ride along. From the Post article, quote, "I felt like I had to because he's cop," Ann told the interviewer. "He could do something to me." Both times, she said, Barber unzipped his pants but kept on his uniform and his gun. I could go on and on because there are too many of these stories. You can find the full Post investigation in my Propaganda reading list, which is in the video description. Again, doing my best not to get demonetized here. I worked really hard in this video, and I'm sure it already has limited ads. If you want to help out, patreon.com/skipintro. Now, this is not to say that Perverted Justice or To Catch a Predator...
Is Appalachian Mountain true? I would have visited there. You mean, wait, what do you mean by that? Like, is it a real place? Is the Appalachian Mountains a real place?
Shied away from going.
We have a viewer that lives there.
after law enforcement. To the show's credit, they do catch a number of cops, which was not something I was expecting when I started this video.
Guess what he does for a living?
You what? Criminal investigator?
A federal agent working for the Department of
It's so funny how he's like, hey, I'm a criminal investigator, let me go.
Homeland Security. Spike's
myths and urban legends? I don't believe any myths and urban legends ever. If you want, you could probably... Hold on, let me just make sure of something real quick. Hold on. I'm just making sure of something. Oh wow, it's a pretty big spot. Wow, it's a lot bigger than I thought it would be. So, Haven's Hollow. They must get good service up there. They do. If you wanna check them out, this is the streamer that. Oh, I can't. Hold on. Wait. God dang it. Hold on. I had to shout out here. There you go. Old Man Boone. He's also a viewer, and he's a regular in other circles I'm in. Give them a follow. They live in the area, and you could ask them all sorts of questions about whether or not things are true. Warzone is tough. I really rarely win a match, especially when matchmaking is bad for me. Matchmaking is something I don't really know how I would like to do. What is Chris? You participate in PvP a lot. What is your favorite form of matchmaking? My mentality is like giving characters an invisible combat rating that increases and decreases based on the values of your performance with other players. And then if your numbers match, when you do the matchmaking, you should have it like there should be a window of a pool of people that you can play with. You like skill-based matchmaking? Yes. Yeah, and it has to be, I think it has to be an invisible thing, right? Like, it can't be visible or else you're going to get smurfers or farmers. You can't let them know that it's a thing. People who don't like skill-based matchmaking are selfish. I personally, I'm apathetic to it. I like playing games. If I'm outmatched and outgunned, I'll just be like, man, I'm not doing good today. Or, these guys are too tough. Like, that's just how I feel. You just start matchmaking and a team automatically gets assigned with you? Yeah, of course. Yeah, we're going to put you with other terrible players. It's true. That is how it works. Metal Gear Online had a really nice matchmaking system, and that's what I was basing my concept on. Unfortunately, it was a visible combat rating. I think... can I actually look... Wait. I have it saved somewhere, the combat rating thing. I don't know where it is right now. I'm just going to hit play on this, but yeah. Many times I was made to play solo when other teams had 3. Interesting. Are you playing unpopular game modes or something?
Also tells the girl what he's done for a living.
I used to be a cop. Was a cop for 15 years.
How long have you been in law enforcement? Just a year now. Explain to me why somebody with apparently so much going on would take that risk.
But the show is also pretty quick to tell us that this problem is totally handled. The bad apples have been taken out with the garbage.
That puts a bad mark on my job, on everybody. Every cop in this country, you put a bad mark on.
In the case of the Homeland Security agent, within a day of being arrested, he was fired, so justice is coming swiftly.
But this problem of CSA among the police is a lot more than a few bad apples. Some of this problem has to do with terrible policy. As Lisa Thoreau, founder of Strategies for Youth, an organization focusing on law enforcement treatment of juveniles, told the Post, quote, "Training and protocols explicitly aimed at preventing child sexual misconduct by officers are rare."
They don't have solos for every mode, sadly. I see. It takes a lot for the time to get a match. I mostly play casual, rarely Black Ops Royale. Skill-based is best, but most games follow ranking. Yeah, usually, okay, I've definitely heard of ranking match. I'm not a fan of that. That should be part of it, for sure. Like, if somebody is your skill level, they probably shouldn't be in the same category as people with the higher rank. But yeah, it's complicated. I'm gonna try to find in the background the matchmaking system that they used to have, because it was really good.
But personally, I think this lack of training is a really, really weak excuse. Because in so many of these stories, other cops willfully look the other way. Remember Sheriff Fila I just told you about? The guy who dismissed concerns about the resource officer? Yeah, well, he knew better, because he had actually employed that guy as a deputy and knew about a previous stalking accusation from a girl in a grocery store. Timothy Barber text messaged multiple teenage girls from his work laptop and in his patrol vehicle, which could be GPS tracked. When this abuse is caught and brought to trial, the judiciary is often incredibly friendly.
I just got an interesting looking ad while I was looking for this. Chris, would you play this game? No, this is funny. Sorry. She's hiding her bite wound. She broke the metal. Does she have 3 hands there? You can't see them now. Is this just Days Gone? How did she build that? Anyway, sorry. Actually, let's see if they do. Do they do the auto matchmaking thing here? Where is it? I don't see it. I'm looking for the auto match lobby, and it doesn't seem like that people are documenting that part of it. It is nice to see this menu again. I forgot. I used to have so much fun with this. Anyway, sorry.
Right.
Hey, you shut up. Not now.
To cops, because, you know,
Spike seems well aware that what he's talking about is illegal. When the decoy writes,
"You better not tell anyone."
he responds,
"I won't, sweetie.
NE1?
Can't. I'd go to prison."
Give me flashbacks to how people used to type online.
And that's like a death sentence. Inmates hate cops. They try to kill them in prison.
According to the Post's reporting, nearly 40% of convicted officers in these cases escaped without any prison time, often receiving a few years of probation instead. In the case of Barber, the judge had this to say concerning his sentencing. Quote, "I see a person who, you know, puts a pretty good foot forward, has lots of support from the family. What a great guy he is. And then I have somebody, on the other hand, who is wearing a uniform, who is going to a drive-through restaurant in a police vehicle in uniform, basically hitting on a 16-year-old. So what's the right punishment here?"
No, you're absolutely correct, Weez. I actually was, I made a group called the Anti-Farmers in Metal Gear Online, where the goal was to cause disturbance in the communities. And, like, I would have so much fun doing psychological warfare on these guys. Their goal was to farm points without shooting any bullets. They were all chicken rank Metal Gear Online players. And I'm like, you can't play the game like this. What are you doing? So I'd go and kill them. Or I would jump into a match and say, "Oh, you're already here." And then I'd leave, and then they'd kill each other. Or I would go into a match as a totally invisible person that they didn't recognize, like somebody did an incognito mode, and I would shoot my gun in a match where nobody's allowed to shoot guns, and they would start killing each other because they were scared. It was such a disturbance that they reported me over and over and over again to Konami, and Konami responded finally by preventing ties from being possible in Metal Gear Online ever again. All aboard the Sleepy Train to visit another Mother Goose. Franklin's stop at Susie Train. Lars's sweet caboose. This is not Franklin. This is Grayling, though. Hold on. There we go. Look, it's Franklin. Or Grayling. Hi. This cat wants to chew my wires. That's why he's here. Actually, he wants me to open my mother's door so that he can kill the mouse that's in there. The mouse is currently inside of a cage.
And what did the judge decide? 10 years on the sex offender registry and probation. Oh, and his police department, they didn't even fire him right away. From the Post, Barber, quote, got a call from the city telling him to resign or he'd have to go through an internal affairs investigation. So he resigned on his own. According to the Indiana Law Enforcement Academy, South Bend has not requested that Barber be stripped of his police certification. When the Post reached out to Barber and asked him if he'd have done anything different, he said this.
She caught a mouse in her room, and instead of letting it outside like a normal person, she is currently keeping it in her room for now.
I wish I could go back and change everything.
Mm-hmm. In what way?
I am happy. Well, I probably want to become a police officer.
I also wish you hadn't become a cop, but that doesn't feel like the biggest offense here. Maybe you feel like I'm making too big of a deal out of 1 or 2 officers. But remember that there are roughly 1,500 reported cops who have been convicted of an offense like this in the last 15 years. Here's another. Alex Veach, an officer from New Virginia, Iowa, which in a darkly funny twist of fate shows this on Google Maps when you look it up. The 24-year-old Veach assaulted a 15-year-old girl in the interview room of his police station. It was all caught on tape. The prosecutor offered him 14 days in jail. The judge, at his sentencing hearing, agreed, and even let him serve his 2-week sentence on a construction job rather than in a cell. And this kind of plea deal situation is even more insidious than you might think it is. Prosecutors told the Post that they sought plea deals, quote, to spare victims from having to testify against their abusers. But that's not the only reason, because, quote, with no trial in Veach's case, few learned the details of how an officer with a troubled history used his badge to prey on a vulnerable teenager. Yeah, that's the really extra fucked up part about this abuse committed by the police. They often get to continue working in law enforcement. According to an AP report in 2015, quote, 6 states, including New York and California, have no decertification authority over officers who commit misconduct. And in states with decertification powers, virtually every police standards agency relies on local departments to investigate and report misconduct, with reporting requirements varying. About 20 states decertify an officer only after a criminal conviction. Take the case of Georgia State Patrol officer Terry Payne, who was fired in 2008 for having on-duty sex with the daughter of a subordinate. But he was able to land 3 new police jobs in Arkansas and was certified there before his Georgia license ever got stripped. As Philip Stinson, a criminal justice professor at Bowling Green State University, told the Post, quote, this happens to communities all across the country, but it's not on people's radar. And then police chiefs adhere to the bad apples theory, where they say, there's nothing to see here. We got rid of this problem when we fired them. I would argue that this abuse is far worse than online solicitation from strangers. Not only is it apparently more common if we're just comparing the convictions between perverted justice and the Bowling Green database, but, call me crazy, maybe cops should be held to a higher standard. Not only do we trust these officers, well, some of us trust them, but we actively pay them to do this. On the job. This is to say nothing of the institutionalized abuse against children that the police either never caught or were complicit in, like the sexual abuse scandal in the Roman Catholic Archdiocese of Boston, or boarding schools that have repeatedly abused Native American children for decades. Those victims only got justice through civil courts and journalists reporting the abuse. Police are almost completely absent from these stories. Yet our response to CSA has repeatedly been to double down on punitive measures. Remember those 3 high-profile kids I told you at the beginning of this video? Jacob Wetterling, Megan Kanka, and Adam Walsh? Well, these tragedies pushed Congress to pass legislation that created the sex registry, made it publicly available, and dramatically expanded its scope.
Yeah. Ridiculous.
The first part of that, the Wetterling Act, passed as part of the infamous 1994 crime bill, thanks Joe Biden, established a registry of sex offenders and crimes against children. This allowed law enforcement to share the location and crimes of sex offenders across jurisdictions.
The Jacob Wetterling Act, that was really around the registry as a law enforcement tool. And so, you know, having systems that sort of categorize and organize as, as a law enforcement tool, that by itself, to me, is less ethically dubious.
But the other parts, not so much. In 1996, that was amended to include what's known as Megan's Law, which required that sex offender registry to be publicly available.
That's what the push for Megan's Law is all about.
People in New Jersey want the right to know when a sex offender moves into the neighborhood.
Kind of like a citizen app on steroids.
Community members are looking towards the registry and community notification to feel safe. It's sort of almost as a false sense of security because they think, oh, these are the guys that we need to worry about. If they're not on this list, then I don't need to worry about it. It's like, no, we know that abuse is most likely to happen in families or in peer groups or with someone that you know and love.
The sex offender shuffle.
That's the reality.
A decade later, in
Which is how you
2006,
just
Congress
move 'em
passed
around,
the
right?
Adam Walsh Act, which separated the registry into 3 tiers, with severe requirements concerning location updates. Tier 3 offenders must update their location every 3 months until they die. The Adam Walsh Act is kinda head-scratching, since Adam Walsh wasn't even killed by an offender who would have appeared on the registry anyways. But you know who would have appeared on the registry? His dad, John Walsh, creator of the TV show America's Most Wanted, an intense lobbyist for this law, and also someone who, by his own admission, had sex with an underage girl when he was in his 20s. The Adam Walsh Act expanded the registry by mind-blowing numbers. For example, according to a 2010 study by Andrew Harris, before the act, about 20% of adults on the registry in Ohio and 5% of juveniles were classified as sexual predators. After the Adam Walsh Act's reclassification, though, 55% of adults and 46% of juveniles were placed into Tier 3. That juvenile number is especially alarming because of just how long you remain on the registry.
I do not believe that we should be putting children on a sex offender registry. I think the research is clear that it doesn't affect...
You learn all sorts of things on this.
First-time offender...
I really can't stress enough. You guys should, Skip Intro is one of my favorite YouTube channels. It's very good at what it does.
It doesn't affect recidivism. We also have research showing that kids who are on the registry are more likely to attempt suicide, and they are more likely to be contacted by adults for sex. The very thing that the registry was maybe supposed to prevent or supposed to stop. Kids who are on the registry are at higher risk of being abused themselves. We also have that fear in the community that sort of once a sex offender, always a sex offender. But when you look at recidivism research, what we find is really 3% of kids who engage in harmful sexual behaviors go on to recidivate again. 3%.
Take the case of Leah LeBouc, who ended up on the registry for play-acting sex in elementary school with her younger step-siblings, and remained there throughout college, where her classmates could look her up and see only the words criminal sexual conduct. Charla Roberts is another case, who at the age of 10 pantsed a classmate, was prosecuted for indecency with a child, and put on the database for 10 years, as well as, according to a New Yorker article about her, being, quote, barred from leaving her mother's house after 6 p.m, leaving the country, or living in proximity to minor children, which ruled out most apartments. As writer Sarah Stillman noted in 2016, quote, Roberts can still be found on a commercial database online. Her photo featured below a banner that reads, "Protect your children from sex offenders." And that immediate sense of danger is kind of the point of the registry. Photos are updated every year and stripped of any context to the crime. For some that I looked at from the Washington State Registry, the only crimes listed are failing to update their address. In some extreme cases, offenders have faced life in prison for failing to register a valid address, because they're literally homeless. Don't worry though, the Supreme Court closed that loophole this last term when they said that you can just be arrested for being homeless. You don't even have to have been on the registry. And
yay, arrest them for being homeless. That's great.
Do you receive treatment in prison? No. In fact, prison has a higher rate of sexual abuse than the rest of the country. According to the Bureau of Justice Statistics, roughly 80,000 people experience SA in American correctional facilities each year. And since we know that offenders can often be acting out abuse that has happened to them, this seems like a bad idea.
If we're focusing on adults, and those on the registry, difficult time finding housing, difficult time finding jobs, difficult time dealing with sort of pro-social relationships, those are the things that keep people sort of in the community, engaged in the community, and offense-free. Right? It represents stability. And so the registry and community notification may have a destabilizing effect, right? Because it takes away all these things that could be ways to sort of build.
No, you gotta trust them. They're only arresting them so they can have a place to stay, nice cold jail cell. And it's totally not to make the city look better. And not only that, not only is it to make the city look better, but it's also like a disgust, like a hatred for like people that are living like that.
Attachments within that
community. It's the dehumanization.
Instead of carceral approaches to this crime, we need to be spending these resources on educating children about boundaries and how to protect themselves, how to identify sketchy behavior both online and in real life, and honestly, to question authority.
We can't just focus on giving kids tools to ignore the strangers who are online, but also how do you navigate relationships with peers, with potential romantic partners in an online space? How do you do that? What are the rules for the family? What are the rules around communication? As a country, we really haven't put a lot of resources into developing what prevention looks like. Like theoretically, prevention is the way to go. That if you prevent something from happening in the first place, then that's more cost effective than waiting for it to occur and then dealing with all of the fallout, all of the negative consequences, dealing with the perpetrator, dealing with the person who experienced the abuse, dealing with the families, giving treatment, all the...
It's already, the genie's out of the bottle, right?
Exactly. So if we invested in prevention, that obviously would have, cost savings. And it's also the more humanitarian, right, approach.
But that could be easier said than done.
Oh my god. Okay, what happened there?
Down here.
While To Catch a Predator was canceled in 2007, it's hard to feel like it ever really ended. Chris Hansen himself...
There's a lot of subtle things. Like, it is, like, admittedly funny stuff, but, like, I just question why.
Attempted to relaunch the program numerous times. First as a failed Kickstarter campaign in 2015, then a YouTube channel in 2019, and now as Takedown with Chris Hansen, which he launched on his own streaming service called True Blue in 2022.
God, he's a clout goblin.
Just reminds me of Blue Chew, which makes me feel really gross about his streaming service. Hansen regularly appears in media just outside the mainstream, from podcasts across the spectrum to being a guest on the cable network News Nation. On top of that, his work has inspired a generation of vigilante predator catchers across social media, following the same format of using decoys to incriminate a suspect before ambushing them with cameras in YouTube videos or live streams.
No, a grown-ass man, I knew that wasn't real, man. That's a real person. That's not okay, I believe it's a real person. Google's real too. Like, Google has real pictures of people, man.
If we want to be charitable again, these are people motivated by a highly emotional crime, and who want to help in the only way they've ever been shown in the media. Hansen himself has largely been dismissive of this trend, arguing that it's not legitimate, it's just for clicks.
Are you concerned about these types of people? Very concerned. And look, there's a place in our world for citizen journalists. We get tips all the time from people who are content creators who come up with very important topics we should all look at. New York Times ran something about Instagram abuse, exploitation of children just today. But these guys will get themselves or someone else hurt.
It would be so bad if someone were to get hurt. Good thing that never happened to you, right, Chris?
I will never consider my brother's death a suicide.
But we take precautions. I'm comfortable with taking that risk to show people what goes on, to educate people, to create this dialogue and this awareness. That's just for clicks.
Part of this is just a way of legitimizing himself in comparison, since he's done exactly the same thing, building an entire career around the ratings his programs have received. It's a sentiment our creepy German boy Von Erck reiterated to USA Today in 2024, saying, quote, "There seems to be more of a motivation nowadays to expose these guys to enhance an individual's social media stature than there is to build an organization that can work with police and get arrests." You see, he was just in it for the love of the game. Just loved having those conversations in chat rooms. To be clear, this is a thing that they started, although at this point it has clearly spiraled far beyond their control. According to a Washington Post report from September of 2022, there had already been 920 amateur stings on social media that year, with the Post counting over 160 predator catching groups. One they highlighted is a team of predator catchers from Indiana, consisting of 2 people, Eric Schmutt and Shonda Noli. Schmutt is very open about how inspired he was by Dateline. The Post describes him this way, quote, "In his 20s, Schmutt watched every episode of To Catch a Predator hosted by Chris Hansen multiple times. Then, in the early days of the pandemic, he discovered hundreds of YouTube videos from the United States, Britain, and Canada, in which ordinary people were the ones exposing bad guys. Schmutt had already been reading false conspiracy theories online about secretive elites who exploit children and drink their blood. He wasn't entirely sure if he believed them, but he was an avid Bible reader and he liked the passages about hidden evils being brought to light. So he downloaded Grindr, used a photo of a European pop star for his profile picture, and got to work." Holy shit, that's a lot to unpack. Now to start, I will say, being an amateur predator catcher with no ties to a multi-million-dollar company like NBC does take a tremendous amount of dedication. Apps often delete accounts that they detect to be underage, requiring these predator catchers to start over from scratch. Some may argue that this
I was deep into zombie survival tactics on YouTube, but I realized that I live in India, so I'm actually stopped watching. Well, maybe one day you won't live in India, or maybe you can stay in India. I don't know. If you're happy where you are, you're happy where you are. But you know, it's not like you could afford a bunker. Oh, an ad. Sorry. Sorry.
This indicates that the internet has developed some pretty robust guardrails, but if you're making that argument, you're probably not one of these weirdos who sinks all their free time into pretending to be a child and getting men to say that they'll f you.
I'm just saying that it's not the type of profession that most people will voluntarily go into, and it's definitely not the type of thing that you would stay into. You know, I've done everything. I've done telemarketer. I mean, you can't.
I was just saying.
That's in every job I've had.
Maybe one day you won't, but like it's. I think that everywhere we're gonna reach a problem if there's ever a. I think the only place that's safe if there's ever a zombie outbreak is probably China. There's a lot of people in China, but also a lot of protocols in China.
I was like, why? I mean, why would you want to do? Why do you want to do this? If we're just being honest here, there's some type of benefit that they're getting from this. I think maybe it's a way to have these discussions legally, you know?
It's also worth noting that Schmutt and Noli are kind of terrible at this. The Post noted that they'd led 300 stings and only gotten 50 arrests, to say nothing of convictions. In at least one exchange that was published, they repeatedly confirmed to the man they were talking to that they were 18. But let's circle back to the bigger stuff, the whole conspiracy, evils being brought to light, drinking the blood of children thing. Because this new generation of predator catchers has a decidedly right-wing bent to them. You can hear it in this parking lot confrontation between Schmutt, Noli, and their suspect, an ex-cop.
People are not going to be able to trust cops because your ass decisions.
You're right. Wait. Are you? Do you have a girlfriend? No. Are you married? Honestly, you know we're gonna find out.
Honestly, you don't have to talk to these guys. Why even listen to them? Like I don't care who this guy is.
Okay.
I back the blue, but not like this. I back the blue, but...
Oh my god, I back the blue, but not like this. Oh my god, these people are so stupid.
Not like this.
And I just find that deeply funny after this whole video that we've done. Jacob Wohl and Jack Berkman, 2 far-right conspiracy theorists, one of which is still banned from Twitter, just to give you an idea of how far-right he is, they launched their own...
So in the United States, a slang term for police officers is like the boys in blue. There's like NYPD blue, the thin blue line. Like, it means that you love cops, but you don't like it when cops act like this.
Own version of To Catch a Predator in DC.
Sorry, I remember seeing this skit where 2 people were pretending to be a kid online to catch what they think is a pedo and saying how this person is a sick person and they'll get what's coming to them. Then the doorbell rings and the kid shows up. A kid shows up and they rethink their life choices. That is a pretty funny skit. I feel like that's a familiar sketch. I think I might have seen that.
Playing it with a QAnon twist, as Kristen Spielman, a longtime assistant to Wohl who worked on the production, told The Verge, quote, "Their whole thing was that they wanted to get a big fish. They wanted a congressman. They wanted Biden." To do so, they hired an adult actress to pose as a decoy, but offered no security for her, as she was groped by the men they lured to the decoy house. Literally, the only people in America who wanted Joe Biden, apparently. Or maybe you've heard of Tim Ballard, the CEO of Operation Underground Railroad, the subject of that movie Sound of Freedom that you never saw, but maybe heard about? That might just be a terminally online.
But if they're hunting for predators and to be talking to an adult online instead of a kid, they thought it was a person pretending to be a kid. That's the joke.
Thing. He spoke to the New York Times about the QAnon energy that they noticed within the anti-trafficking movement, saying, quote, "Some of these theories have allowed people to open their eyes. So now it's our job to flood the space with real information so the facts can be shared." What is that real information, Tim? Well, here he is talking to noted reasonable man Jordan Peterson about it.
I mean, I'm going to post today another operation in West Africa of a baby factory. I mean, these are real cases where they've kidnapped women, as young as 13-year-olds and children, and they impregnate them and they make babies, and they take these babies and sell them for their organs, sell them for sex, sell them for satanic ritual abuse. Like, it does sound crazy.
He's right. That does sound crazy. Because it is. There's no evidence that any of this happened. I was unable to find any video that he even posted in that time frame that could be confused for what he's saying it is. Ballard was also removed from Operation Underground Railroad and denounced by the Mormon Church after an anonymous letter provided exhaustive allegations that, quote, "Tim has been deceitfully and extensively grooming and manipulating multiple women for the past few years with the ultimate intent of coercing them to participate in sexual acts with him, under the premise of going where it takes and doing whatever it takes to save a child."
We gotta definitely write a song about how we do not diddle kids. Do not diddle kids, it's no good diddling kids.
There is no quicker way for people to think that you are diddling kids than by writing a song about it.
You gotta write a song that says, "Ooh, I wouldn't do it with anybody younger than my daughter."
Hansen himself has grown increasingly...
That show's insane. Didn't he also say that he met Epstein, but he was there for some other reason?
More right-wing in his more recent productions as well, going on Fox News to brag about the illegal immigrants he caught in a recent sting.
And here's the thing, we want to have luxury beliefs sometimes in this country. The people we hire are good people. But in some cases they're not, and we don't know because they're getting in over the border without much background.
Well, there's no vetting. There is no background.
No, and so some guy's working in your backyard, and it's the same guy who...
Again, it's so important to pay attention to who Chris Hansen talks to.
Be capable of coming over to...
I know, right? Like, that's just, like, such a red flag to be there right next to this guy who literally, like, admits to, like, stabbing his future wife's car's tires so that she couldn't drive anywhere, so that he was the one to drive her somewhere. Like, that's just crazy.
So some guy's working in your backyard...
You know what? I do wonder who Chris Hansen voted for. But yeah, he became right-wing grifter for sure.
The same guy who could be capable of coming over to one of my sting houses to try to sexually exploit a child.
And unfortunately, this mirrors the way our national conversation around grooming has adopted that decidedly conservative bent, with the accusation largely being leveled against woke teachers and the LGBTQ community.
It's absolutely insane considering what we know now. Like, this is like all before, like, I think he released this before the Epstein files started getting leaked out more. Yeah, this is 2024.
The Kids Online Safety Act, which passed the Senate in June, is just another example of reactionary backlash masking itself as internet safety. It would create a duty of care on social media platforms, meaning that platforms must censor or remove material harmful to minors. That sounds good, but it's really just using technology as an excuse for culture war bullshit. The bill has been criticized by the ACLU and Fight for the Future for opening the door to LGBTQ censorship.
And there is opposition from the ACLU, Electronic Frontier Foundation, and Free Expression Project, and others who say they have First Amendment concerns, especially for kids who wouldn't be able to access information on LGBTQ issues.
Which is kind of an explicit goal of the bipartisan bill. The conservative ghoul factory known as the Heritage Foundation, the guys who wrote Project 2025.
Entirely, Chris. Where is he? Why is he so quiet about this? Why is he going after Roblox? Why is he going after Roblox? It's so weird.
Explicitly pointed to this bill as an act that would help them keep trans content away from kids. Co-author of the bill, Marsha Blackburn, has been pretty mask off when she talked about the kinds of dangers
I agree with you entirely. He could get both the left and the right with that. I don't understand it. I really don't understand it.
Facing online.
What do you think is the top issue that they should be watching and the top issue that conservatives should be taking action on right now?
Well, there are a couple of things. Of course, protecting minor children from the transgender and this culture and that influence. And I would add to that, watching what's happening on social media.
On Blackburn's blog, she used child safety to go after extremely harmful material, like learning about racism or the civil rights movement, because a 7-year-old once said to her mom that she was ashamed she was white. Conservatives don't like critical thinking, because once you start questioning the way things are, you might, gulp, want to change them. And conservatives don't like change. It's right there in the name. They want
Major children are professional children, I'll have you know. They are usually in the right-wing neocon circles.
To conserve. You can learn more about the conservative war on education in my video on Abbott Elementary. It's a rootin' tootin' good time. Even the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, aka NCMEC, has been accused by former board member Don McGowan of burying data that shows trans kids are at the highest risk for abuse.
I mean, NCMEC has data in its stat banks that say some of the kids most at risk in the world are trans kids.
Yeah.
And, you know, they ignore that data. As I would describe it, I think it's terrible that we have a political party that in this country has decided it's politically expedient to set aside a group of children, namely trans kids, for state-sponsored political persecution.
Don McGowan also accused the organization of refusing to take a stand on child labor.
In the middle part of the country, there's been some relaxation of labor laws. I noticed this while I was still on the NCMEC board, and so I found one of these bills, and I was like, hey, shouldn't we be taking a stand on this? And, you know, somebody came back and said, why? And I said, well, it's right there in the fucking name. National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. To which a different board member, the aforementioned comms manager at Charter Communications, came back and was like, well, there's no sexual exploitation in this bill. I was like, oh, I didn't really know that the org's name was the National Center for Sexually Missing and Sexually Exploited Children.
And all of that makes me think that maybe this organization is more interested in riding the fear wave than actually helping kids. Which would make sense. The NCMEC was founded by John Walsh, who, again, admitted he'd be on the sex registry today if it had existed when he was in his 20s. Instead, it just seems like another
There's a lot. This guy has a lot of video stuff on John Walsh, by the way.
Of political actors using child safety to go after groups they don't like. Whether that's trying to keep trans kids away from online support and education, or literally whitewashing American history. If we're really serious about curbing CSA, we need to be talking about prevention. The police, by definition, can only come in after a crime has been committed, once the damage has already been done. Decoy stings can be somewhat proactive, but do nothing to combat the 93% of CSA that occurs in real life with people the child already knows. We don't need more punitive solutions. We don't need to spend $3,125 on punishment for every $1 we spend in prevention research. We need to teach kids how to spot the warning signs. We need to establish sex education that gives kids an early understanding of consent and boundaries.
My whole thing, being someone who's focused on prevention, is even if it worked, let's say we had research that showed that, oh, when you put people on a registry, it changes their behavior, or, you know, somehow it serves as a productive punishment, you know, whatever. If we had research that showed that, you still have to wait for a kid to get hurt,
right,
in order for there to be some effect, right? We still, and that's when we have a system that's overwhelmingly criminal justice oriented. We wait for harm to occur and then we act. And my whole sort of shtick is, why does that have to be the case?
I get it. This is an emotional issue, but we have to be able to talk about it if we're ever going to prevent abuse, which should be everyone's goal here. I've been researching and writing and now recording on this difficult subject for too long. I need a palate cleanser, maybe something that laughs at something darkly messed up, but not too much. I watched the 6 Feet Under pilot the other day and it hit a little too close to home. But I've been meaning to check out Tahara, a comedy that blends coming of age with grief, exploring the conflicting emotions that both mourning and being a teenager comes with.
I just don't think we should be talking about this right now. Why? Because we're at a funeral service.
It's looked interesting to me ever since it popped up in the curator spotlight on Mubi, who also just so happens to be this video's sponsor. Mubi is a curated streaming service dedicated to elevating great cinema from all around the globe.
Wait, there's a Tubi and there's a Mubi. I am so confused.
It's an incredible collection of high-quality cinema that you won't find anywhere else. Films that offer a fresh perspective that you likely won't find on any other streaming service. From iconic directors to emerging auteurs, there is always something new to discover. The hand-selected curation will take you across the globe and give you a variety of different perspectives, stuff that you'd never thought about before. You can try Mubi free for 30 days at mubi.com/skipintro. That's mubi.com/skipintro for a whole month of great cinema.
I need to identify when it's okay for me to start
and of course,
skipping the
thank you so much for
sponsor.
watching. If you're still here, please share, like, subscribe. Consider Patreon. Patreon helps the channel when
it's funny that he
videos get
released on September
demonetized.
11th. September 11th is always going to be a funny day for me.
Video on cops and live PD got demonetized for having a single shot of a prescription bottle in it. I'm working on getting that appealed, but you know,
that's ridiculous.
It's tough out here. Like
that's ridiculous. Getting demonetized over a prescription bottle. You shut up, YouTube. Jesus Christ.
Said at the time of recording this, I don't know how limited or how demonetized this video is going to be, but judging by the subject, I'm not optimistic. On Patreon, you get access to full interviews like the one I did with Masai Lord here. You get early access to videos, monthly roundups of TV shows I've watched, some live stream.
People seem to be unaware that the children see so much
together.
worse.
We watch a thing together, and there are also mailbags every month, plus little skippies. Got some good ones on all sorts of stuff. Patreon.com/skipintro. You can also be one of these
drugs exist. How
people.
Horrible.
But not that guy. Not the I Jackson enjoy capitalism. Don't be like him. Or you can be like him and make it seem like I believe in anything. It's really up to you.
Okay. That was Skip Intro. I just want to reiterate, Skip Intro is one of my favorite YouTube channels. They have a lot of fantastic videos that I like to just have on. I'll make sure you guys have a link to it, just because, like, I do think, if you have not checked out Skip Intro, definitely do that. They're really good at what they do. Get a palate cleanser? Sure, let's do a palate cleanser. You're gonna see the Zootopia one? This one's really good. Like, he does a great job explaining that it is a very good show, or a very good movie. However, it has its problems, and it's it's not because the writers aren't trying. It's because they don't fully know how to handle it, and he does a great job explaining that. And it's like, it's cool. I think it's a great video. Definitely check that out. Yeah, let's get a palate cleanser though. It's about how Elon Musk abuses employees. True. Let's see. What would be a good palate cleanser? What would be a good palate cleanser? Oops, I clicked the wrong thing. I sometimes forget that, like, some people's psychological endurance is profoundly less than mine. I've been described as like having the emotional endurance of, like, the Grand Canyon. So let's see. Apparently, Markiplier was streaming earlier. What a loser. You just ate your mental endurance as well as physical is a bit nerfed. There you go. Well, we're gonna look at something that makes us feel better, I guess. I'm just thinking about the documentary that I'm in the middle of watching. And it's pretty bleak. It's a great documentary. I love it. What would be a good video time? Some of the there's some videos that are popping up for right now for me that I'm just like, they're interesting, but like the person who's making the video is less interesting. And I'm like, I have no interest in hearing your opinion on this. There's a video called What's an Elon Musk? Actually, you know what? I'm going to download that video later. Maybe. I don't like the podcast format. Never mind. I might change my mind on that. I really don't like podcasts. Like, they feel so soulless and boring. It's like, they never have anything interesting to say. It's like just having people talking in the background. It's like an aesthetic that, like, it feels like you're just, like, sitting in a room smoking a cigarette. And, like, you have to inhale it. And, like, you're giving yourself secondhand smoke. And you're gonna die of some brain-rotted disease at some point. All of my suggested feed is really negative, Chris. I'm sorry. I should create an account just for, like, positive videos only. Windows 95. There we go. Let's do some Computer Chronicles. I think seeing anything new that has the word podcast has ruined it for me. Could you give an example of what you mean right there? Oh my god. Actually, I should make some tea for myself. You guys endure this horrible commercial while I go and grab myself something to drink, because I am thirsty. I'll be right back.
EL series workbench. The EL is a hand crank, height adjustable table. The unit adjusts from 30 to 42 inches. We rate the unit at 330 pounds, even though the hydraulic system will lift 500 pounds. The reason we do that, it is a modular design, and we anticipate that you're going to order at least 170 pounds worth of accessories to bolt onto it. It is a hand crank height adjustable table with a true ergonomic design, where the accessories adjust with the work surface. Because of that, you're also lifting the weight of those as well. Now, the base ergo line comes with a work surface, a fully welded top frame, 2 aluminum legs, 2 horizontal legs, and a modesty panel. The modesty panel is 20 inch, and the reason I point out the depth of it is because it gives you lateral support the larger that it is. And you'll see on lesser benches where they use a much smaller piece. So again, that's the base unit. Comes with the hand crank, hydraulic pump, 2 hydraulic pistons. The unit adjusts, like I said, from 30 to 42 inches. Once an operator gets the work surface to a height that they want to work at, they simply pull this straight out, fold it up out of the way, and now that handle's not in the way while they're working. Our modular design, again, this is an in-stock workbench. We stock this in 2 different sizes, 3 different colors with 5 different work surface choices. Some of the accessories that we're showing today is our modular drawer system. A couple nice features on the modular drawer is it's a steel inner and outer housing. It has a plastic laminate draw face with T-mold edging. So you have rounded corners, you have no steel sharp edges on it. Price does include a lock, 90% extension slide, so it's very easy to access the rear of the inner housing of the drawers. And then we call it a modular design because you can mount different size drawers on it. Again, here we have the 6-inch drawer. Here we have the 12-inch drawer. We also have that available in 3 and 9, but the 6 and the 12 are the 2 that are in stock. Now, some of the other accessories that we're showing on this model today are accessory upright supports. That's basically the building block of adding accessories to the workbench. They mount to the rear of the frame, so there's nothing mounted on top of the work surface, so you have a clear work surface. You don't lose any space. You don't have to drill any holes through the work surface in order to mount them. Accessories that we have shown here is our power supply. It's a 120 volt, 15 amp, lighted power supply. It has a built-in circuit breaker in it. It mounts to our ESMR electrical supply mounting rail. That's how it connects to the uprights. We have an air quick disconnect that mounts into the ESMR. We also have a bin holder. We're showing a CRT monitor arm with clip-on keyboard tray. Operator can
Alright, I'm back.
adjust this to any point that they want, pull it in, pull it out. We also, because it mounts on the accessory upright supports, everything adjusts by nut and bolt, so they can adjust it to a point that they like.
Not only does it look like someone's dad, oh my god, cat. It's like filmed by the dad's son.
Very similar to the monitor arm and the framework on that, but it has a louvered panel on it.
Prefer this kind of advertisement to any AI ad. It is so funny. It's not AI, no.
While they're working, when they're done with the components, they can usually push that out of the way, increase their work surface space. We also have our cantilever shell.
This ad is so funny. I actually downloaded this because it's so ridiculous. Like the sound of the camera clicking while it zooms in. Do you think it's at his garage? I don't even know, really. It's ridiculous is what it is. I like the concept of this desk, though. There's a lot of cool things you can do with it. This seems like a fun project desk. Kind of makes me feel like I want to have a standing desk. Oh, let's see how he ends it.
This is just some of the accessories that we have in stock for this model. If you go to oneproline.com, you can see other.
This is why you need a mic, guys. Just so you know.
Or you can call our customer service department at 1-800-739-9067. Again, this is the EL series workbench.
Yep, another desk for storage. Honestly, I will admit, I would buy that desk. It's a nice looking desk. It'd be kind of cool to have it in my basement.
Where collarbones crack, where hips break.
Oh no.
ACLs tear. Where pain starts.
Wait, why is this so quiet? This is not how loud the mute video is, it?
Non-opioid tablet for adults with moderate to severe.
Just gonna hit skip. Oh, they call it Windows 4.1 or 4.0. Alright, let's see how loud it is.
Guess what this show is about?
It's
Windows.
not that quiet.
You know, every once in a while a word gets stolen from the English language, and from that point onward, it takes on a totally different meaning. Say the word Windows to a guy with one geek gene in him, and he thinks you're talking about Microsoft Windows. Today, we'll show you a sneak preview of Windows 95. Plus, we'll look at the competition, the new Warp OS 2 from IBM and System 7.5 for the Apple Macintosh. Windows 95
Were you actually watching the internet when you saw that commercial? Because that commercial was everywhere.
and more on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
That guy's such a grifter. And I don't know if he ever succeeded. Do you think he ever actually made any money off that? I love this song. It's a good song. It was a good song.
Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by Hewlett-Packard, working with industry leaders to ensure compatibility.
Honestly, if you need it, I will forward it to you. I think it is one of the greatest commercials to show what not to do. It's so bad.
Across the board.
YouTuber you watched called Vanos Gaming, who would make fun of that clip all the time. Good.
And across the
I don't think I downloaded it. I need to get it.
HP PCs. You're looking at partnership in a whole new light.
The Computer Chronicles is also made possible by the Software Publishers Association, providers of educational materials to help manage software. Don't copy that floppy.
By the way, one of the things I plan on doing in the future, I intend on watching every YouTube video link that was sent to me over AOL Instant Messenger at some point. And I was on AOL Instant Messenger from 2006 all the way to 2012 where they destroyed the thing. So like I feel like that'd be fun.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee. With
Hey,
me today
Stuart.
is Paul Schindler, Northern California editor of Windows Magazine.
Oh God,
Paul,
Schindler.
we're talking
They're in the
about
same room.
Windows 95 today, the new version of Windows. It's hard to believe it's actually in 95 going to be the 10th anniversary of the introduction of Windows. It came out in 85, right?
That's correct. And it took a long time to catch on. Now, there was Windows 1 in 85. This is Windows 2 from 1987, the MS-DOS Executive. That's
So this
the way
is
you got
Windows
into
2,
it.
yeah.
Clearly a version that presages Windows 3, a lot of the same applications, Paint and Clock.
You
and
know
Note.
what? I don't think I've ever seen a Windows 2. Ever. That's interesting.
But cruder, less adjustable, and slower. All in all, it just wasn't quite the revolutionary application that Windows became with version 3 in 1990.
Well, that's the question I have for you. Windows is so hot now. I mean, it is the platform around the world, yet when it first came out in '85, it took 5 years before anybody paid attention to it. Why?
Well, there were two problems. First of all, there's a psychological problem.
This guy's so eccentric. What is the Pocket material so necessary? It's crazy that libertarians have always been like this.
Feeling that real men don't use mice, and that stood in the way of the graphical user interface on the PC side. But more importantly, Microsoft was on the cutting edge. They were pushing the capabilities of a 286 with Windows 1 and 2, and the platform simply wasn't sufficient to support what they wanted to do. When 386s became common in the early 1990s, finally, there was a platform that provided Windows the space and the speed it needed to become a reasonable performer.
So you needed the CPU, you needed the RAM?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So it wasn't only the software problem, partly was waiting for the hardware to catch up.
That's correct.
Okay, today we'll show you some of the features of the newest version of Windows. It's been getting rave reviews, and you'll get to see why. Before we show you Win95, let's take a look at the interface Windows is always compared to, and that's the Macintosh, of course. The newest version of the Mac OS is System 7.5.
Wow.
Without the Macintosh, black and white desktop publishing
Okay,
of
hold
Cupertino.
on. I'm sorry.
5.
I like the child drawing back there. That's cute.
Without the Macintosh, black and white desktop publishing of Cupertino, California would be hard-pressed to meet its deadlines. The Mac is still the favorite of graphic artists, and the simplicity and uniformity of the interface has a lot to do with its popularity. The Mac's desktop has changed little over the years, but System 7.5 may change that.
The first thing you notice is the screen, the nice little stuff that you can pick with the screen. And from then on, you start playing around with stuff. You know, like one thing that's the most used will be the, dragging to the printer, because that's, a nice fast thing. You don't have to actually open
cool.
it up.
I never
you can
thought
just
about
drag
doing
it
that.
over to it, so because it takes time to open up programs. And then dragging illustrations and text from one program to another.
While the interface looks familiar, users will notice new features in System 7.5. The drag and
They
drop
said her name. Unfortunately, I wasn't paying attention.
capability allows you to copy a selection directly from one file to another.
You know what? I grew up in Arizona. The sun motif was like a very common thing. This particular design right here that we see, this sun, this is like one of the first things I learned how to draw, because I used to see it everywhere in Arizona. Like, I learned how to do like the little squigglies, draw the line between it, draw a humanoid face inside of a circle. It's like something I used to draw regularly. That and the compass, like the compass shape, where it's like north, south, east, west, and it's got the little diamond shape. Am I crazy? Well, you live in California, so you probably have seen that too. It's like the Mario Bros. Sun too. Yeah, it is, isn't it? I see that.
Simply by dragging it. And with 7.5's new printing architecture, you can print a document by dragging it onto a printer icon. Apple has also added refinements to some well-known screen metaphors. Windows can now be rolled up into window shades to conserve screen space. A new desktop item is the Sticky, a virtual reminder note in bright colors that can be placed in obvious spots around the screen.
Okay. That's interesting. Didn't Windows get this in like Windows 8.1, maybe even 8.0?
And if you still need help getting around the system, the new Apple Guide will do everything but hold your hand.
You just go
that's
into the
weird.
little question mark area, and then
That's the Mac. This is the Mac. Maybe the Mac threatened to sue.
It just opens up, and you search through what your problem is by different categories. So, if it's fonts or whatever, so you go into that area and it gives you another category so you can get more specific with what you're looking for. And then you click on that and it opens up and it tells you step by step, you just click from page to page. It tells you what to do, and then it highlights exactly where you're supposed to go.
It's no secret that the Mac's GUI interface was years ahead of its time, but Apple knows it cannot sit still, especially with Windows 95 on the horizon. And experienced Mac users seem positive about the latest improvements.
I'd say it's definitely in the right direction, because I mean, sometimes as users, we don't really know what are like system things and what are program things, right? You know, so as far as the system,
I think it's things she's just like, she's not making eye contact. She's just looking off while the camera's facing her. Normally people talk to the camera. She has autism is what I'm saying.
Part goes, it's going in the right direction.
For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Giles Bateman.
Bye, Giles.
Now let's see what the folks at Microsoft have done to improve on Windows 3.1. Here to show us Windows 95 is Brent Ethington of Microsoft. All right, a lot of new things in Windows 95. You've replaced...
Can't remember if Mac OS still has desktop widgets. They might be relegated to Control Center, a secondary screen you bring up with the key press. I could see that working that way.
File Manager, you replaced Program Manager, you've done...
I'm personally not a fan of sticky note programs. I actively just have Notepad documents all around my computer. Like, unironically, let me see what I may have open right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 Notepad documents open right now.
The 8-character limitation on file names. Show us how you use Windows 95 now.
Okay, Windows 95 revolves around the Start button. The Start button provides
looks like you made him with
consolidation
Oblivion
of Program Manager,
character
for example,
editor.
to allow me to easily launch programs by simply selecting the program.
So you launch things out of Start now.
Exactly. The Start button is always visible on the screen even when I maximize programs.
All right, so this is WordPad. This is the right Notepad combination that now comes with Windows?
Correct. It's a replacement that's in
Do we still have WordPad?
I can also start documents by selecting
remember they got rid of that.
documents from my document menu on the Start button.
Yes, we still have WordPad.
So you launched
Thank
a
God.
document, it automatically launched the application the document needed to come up.
Exactly.
So this is Paint program now?
This is Paint, and what I can do is I can easily move between documents through the Windows taskbar, which by simply clicking on the button of the window, which is
I have so many widgets on my taskbar.
Okay, so the bottom thing, the taskbar gives you a button for every alive application currently running in Windows.
Exactly. So to be able to move information from one document to another, I simply select the information that I want to move, select Copy from my Edit menu, go to the other application, and simply click on Paste.
So you do a cut and paste.
Oh man, you're lucky this is the only thing in the document. If there's any text in here, you'd show how botched this would be.
Between two different programs running at the same time.
Exactly, very easy.
Okay, what is My Computer? That's that icon up in the left there.
My Computer...
What is My Computer? Nowadays, we call it This Computer. I hate that there seems to be a subtle psychological attempt to depersonalize your computer from you.
It gets me access to resources on my computer like printers or information. So for example, I can see files on my computer, or here I have documents that are in a folder on my computer.
What kind of documents you got here? Directions to Company Picnic, fourth quarter financial analysis. 4THQTS. Someone's got to open that and figure out what that is. New animation, new sound file, boss's birthday card. Just a Notepad document. Business financial forecast, presentation, jazz. Fourth quarter financial analysis, November. 1994 financial projections, MS-DOS, shortcut, company logo in the Paint format. Epstein files? Wait, where? That would be funny.
You see our icons representing...
I do, there is, okay, so I plan on watching some movies soon, like in a huge binge. And there is a part of me that's interested in knowing if I'll ever see Jeffrey Epstein's name pop up, or even as an extra. Because he was close friends with Woody Allen. Like, he regularly had him over on the island. There are pictures of Woody Allen. Woody Allen apparently had him on set a lot. It would not surprise me if Epstein would show up as an extra, right? Or even like a stagehand in the credits so that he could give him money. I've heard people say that. I don't know if that's true. You know, maybe in the credits section. We might have watched that video, but like the thing is, like, I need more. I need more information, you know, like corroborating information, including stuff from my own eyes in my own collection that I had prior to this information coming out.
the documents, and you also see long file names. So I can easily, by simply clicking on...
I love that.
the
Oh, I
document-
see. This is showing off how long the file names can be. Oh, that's cool. However, also want to point out, this is apparently back when they used to hide the file extension. Whenever I get a new computer, the very first thing I do is untick the box, that's the option in the settings, the folder settings that says hide extension of known file types. I am not a fan of having those hidden, because if you have those hidden, you can have all sorts of like sneaky programs pretending to be something else. Needs too much info. He needs to start blindly believing in things more. True. My mother actually thinks I'm too skeptical, but she also believes that like algorithms are the spirits communicating to us, so, and not like an indication of what her search habits are.
You also see long file names. So I can easily, by simply clicking on the document I want, type in a long file name to replace the cryptic 8.3 name.
So they're really hot alive areas. You can actually go in there and
That's
type
cool.
inside.
Correct, up to 255
This is
characters.
cool to see them like get excited about this
What I can also
kind of
do
thing.
is, for example, access to my printers. I can take information and put it on the desktop if I want by simply
Shortcut.
clicking and dragging and dropping it on the desktop.
So that now gives you a place to actually use the printer. I mean, that's a hot button too, basically. The printer icon there.
Exactly. By double clicking on the shortcut for
hot button too, basically. The printer icon.
He like looks
on there.
like he looks like a stand-in Hobbit in Lord of the Rings. Like he would be a background character.
Exactly. By double clicking on the shortcut for the printer, I can see the documents that are sitting in my print queue. What I can also do is, let me go ahead and start up the replacement really for File Manager called Windows Explorer. And let me go back to the same folder. And I can also print by simply clicking a document that I want, dragging it, and dropping it on the printer. It's as easy as that.
Don't let
All
Mac
so this
know.
is Windows Explorer, which replaces File Manager.
Correct.
I've not had a
What
printer in
we've
so
done
long.
is provided different views for information on...
Actually, I have 4 printers in my house. Ooh. That was the loudest car I have heard in a long time.
The computer, and we also have capabilities for power users, for example, using the right mouse button to access context information like Quick View, which allows me to see the contents of a file without opening the application.
All right, another thing new in Windows 95 is network capability built in. Show me that.
Network Neighborhood gives me access to information on my network, which includes Novell NetWare servers, Windows NT servers, and also the internet. By using the remote access capability in Windows 95, I can also dial up to the internet directly and access any internet provider that I want.
So internet access software built in addition to the rest of the network stuff.
Exactly.
All right, now while we're talking about network, you got Microsoft Exchange, and that's the sort of universal inbox so that all kinds of electronic communications shows up in one common inbox?
Exactly. Microsoft Exchange, and let me go back to
Yeah, my house is experiencing brownouts right now.
the start button and open up my inbox allows me to send faxes, send
So if my power
information
goes out,
on
I'm sorry.
Microsoft Mail server, or actually access mail on the internet. We also use rich text capability to really make impactful messages that I can send to other Windows 95 users or send to other users, for example.
This is so cool. Look at that. They got normal text, bold text, italic text, underlined text, big text, little text, colored text, attachments and pictures.
On the information highway.
All right, what is autoplay? That's an easy way now to use multimedia?
Multimedia in Windows 95 has never been easier. Through autoplay, all I have to do is take the CD-ROM that has an autoplay enabled application, put it in the CD-ROM, close it, and even a
Oh my
4-year-old
God, I forgot
can now
about
use
autoplay.
multimedia. And what will happen
I
is
never liked
the
autoplay.
application will automatically start, and all the user has to do is simply
Oh, look, it's
click.
Freddy
So
Fish.
Windows automatically detects you've just inserted a CD-ROM and figures, well, I guess he wanted to launch it, so it
Yep.
launches it.
And it'll do that, or it may help the user configure the application.
All right, another thing, there's no DOS now sitting underneath the new Windows 95. What happens to my old DOS applications that I still want to use?
Old DOS applications can still run in Windows 95 just as they do today under MS-DOS, but they also have new capabilities, so I can access them from my Start button and launch directly. You can also use existing MS-DOS-based device drivers as well.
Okay, so this is a game which happens to normally run under DOS, but without going
LucasArts.
out to DOS, I can just launch this directly.
Exactly.
And can I run a DOS app in a window inside Win 95?
I can even run it within a window.
Oh, wait, what command did he just do?
Exactly.
And can I run a DOS
Alt-Enter.
This app in a window inside?
Wait, nope.
I can even run it
Alt-Shift?
within a window.
Okay, pretty cool. Windows 95, thanks a lot. All right, now just as sure as night follows day, when Microsoft comes out with a new version of its operating system, Peter Norton is usually right behind with
If only they knew in 32 years we could be able to make computers generate images of women with breasts the size of their head and 3 arms and 5 eyes. I know. If only they knew how great life could be.
Upgrade of the Norton Utilities program. Here to show us the new Norton Utilities for Windows 95 is Enrique Salem of Symantec. All right, every time Microsoft comes out with one of these things, you guys jump up real quick and say, we've got some things that isn't inside Windows that every user ought to have. What do you have in the new Norton?
Okay. The utilities are specifically designed and architected for Windows 95. They're full 32-bit programs that take advantage of the multitasking and multi-threading capabilities of Windows 95. Prior to installing Windows 95, there's a couple things that a user should do. These utilities that you'll be seeing...
I'm just saying, I'm not a fan of, like, people shaving their head completely bald, but like this thing right here, I probably would shave it so that it just like it was cleaner.
Are actually the Win32 versions. We also ship the DOS versions with the product.
All right, so you're saying this Norton Utilities is good to run with Windows 95, but you should also run it before you install Windows 95.
Absolutely.
All right, to do what?
Okay, the first thing that a user should do is run NDiags to test their hardware. It does a comprehensive hardware test that checks things like IRQ conflicts and memory errors.
Just Norton Disk Doctor. Like, they have an actual picture of a doctor. I don't know why, but I hate buzz cuts. I think they look ugly. If you want to go bald, just go all the way, coward. I'm not a big fan of buzz cuts either, personally. I do think it's better to have longer hair. I don't know. I think they really depend. Also, welcome in, Tato. I hope you've been having a great summer so far. Dyed buzz cuts? Maybe. I don't know. I think it depends. It really, really depends. I think the main purpose of buzz cuts is for conformity. So that, like, if you're in the military, you don't stand out. Gotta go now? Alright, fare thee well. Thank you for giving us your opinion on haircuts.
The second step that you want to do is run the Norton Disk Doctor to make sure that your hard disk is free from errors. Let's take a quick look here at the Norton Disk Doctor. Some of the options that we've built in are the backgrounding capability. This takes advantage of the multitasking capabilities of Windows 95 and is always running in the background to make sure that your hard drive is always clean. The next step is
Win with buzz cuts. That can be good too. It really depends on your skull shape and your ear positions. And I'm not trying to body shame. I mean, like, everyone has a hairstyle that best fits them, is what I'm saying. And, like, yes, if you think a buzz cut looks good on you, it does. That's how I see it. Yes, I believe you've been busy. Bye. Nice seeing that you're still alive, though. That's nice. Thank you for the living check. You checked in more often than other Irish viewers we have.
Wizard, a brand new piece of...
I just realized we have 3 Irish people that watch the stream.
The utilities. What Space Wizard does is over time people tend to accumulate files that they don't need. Things like temporary files and duplicate files. So what you're seeing here is a list of some of the files that Space Wizard has found.
Now how does Space Wizard know these are files I don't need anymore?
What it does is it's looking for specific extensions and it doesn't actually...
Hold on. This guy's like, he's like listening and like pretending he's not. What is he doing?
Anymore.
What it does is it's looking for specific extensions, and it doesn't actually delete them. What it does is it lists them out for the user so that the user can go ahead and decide what they want to remove either to a floppy drive or to a network drive.
Okay.
And the main thing with this utility is it's very safe. The last step that you want to do is run Speed Disk. Speed Disk makes sure that your hard drive is defragmented and make sure your computer is running at peak performance.
All right, so it gets Windows 95 running at its max.
I think I used to hate
Norton. Gets
Norton.
your computer set up so it'll take care of Windows 95. Huh?
Wait, no, not Norton.
Okay, that's the Norton Utilities for
McAfee was
Windows
pretty
95.
annoying.
Now, there are some of you out there who just
I think Malwarebytes was the one that I used to use. I don't remember.
get livid with all this talk about Windows. I'm talking about the OS2 fans. It's hard to find a group of users who are more passionate about a product. So let's take a look at the newest version of IBM's OS2 called Warp.
The VLSI Systems Lab at Stanford University is looking for more efficient ways to convert data into useful information. The lab's experiments involve the fabrication of very large-scale integrated circuits, work that requires designing, building, and testing new models using computers at every step.
The way we use the computers in the lab is to integrate them as the controlling mechanism for
Why do nerds kind of all talk like this? I don't really understand how this kind of personality type developed back then. Like, why?
design, simulation, and testing of the constructed parts. So the computers are connected to all the instruments you can see behind me and permit us to manage...
I feel like this guy knew the NASA scientist that I raised money for.
...the instrument and capture the data from the instrument, but the multiprogramming and multitasking that meant that the computer could be managing the flow of data to and from an instrument and running other applications at the same time was also key to the whole system being productive.
The VLSI lab has been using IBM's OS/2 for several years and recently graduated to the latest version called Warp. The lab's directors settled on OS/2 as a friendlier alternative to Unix, and the newest version has features to make the system more stable and the interface easier to use.
It is more stable.
I like that this particular episode of Community Chronicles is about how computers are attempting, collectively, to be easier to use. I really, really like this episode. It's really good.
Stable and the interface easier to use.
It is more stable than the system before. I think I feel more strongly than most people that computers ought to really work. And the fact is that when we've run the lab course, the computers have run through all the lab sessions. The students have never had to experience waiting around with nothing to do while the computer gets restarted.
An easy install program automatically identifies and configures the hardware to meet specifications. A toolbar
The fact that I don't recognize anything has come to bite me. I'm playing Pal World and I wanted to grab some fiber to make some beds for my pals. Spent a solid 10 minutes looking for which one of my 8 chests I've stuffed all my fiber in. Oh. Can you make little signposts? In Minecraft, I used to put little signposts down to remind me what goes inside of things. I used to have like a category called resources and burnables, stuff like that.
The Launchpad permits direct access to commonly used applications, folders, and printers. There's even a basic plug-and-play menu to help hapless users with problem-plagued installations. Amazingly, all this runs on less memory.
IBM did something that is extraordinarily unusual. They really did explicitly decide the next system is going to use less memory, and we're just going to sit down and figure out how to do it. The system is clearly tighter and has better performance on large systems as well as small. But as I said, that discipline of sitting down...
I really feel like the main purpose of computers is, in fact, to create content. I don't know what else you use computers for.
And this time we're going to make the software smaller is practically a first in the industry.
For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Giles Bateman.
One reason Windows has been dominating in the OS battle is the strong support of software applications developers, and that's continuing with Windows 95. It's not even out yet, but many software vendors are already poised to launch Win95 versions of their applications. We're going to show you 2 of them. And here to help us get started is Ted Johnson of Shapewear, the guys who make Visio.
Hello, Stuart.
As an applications developer, what does Windows 95 mean to you? How do you take advantage of the new operating system environment to make your application work better?
Well, first step, of course, you want to get to be a 32-bit application. Take advantage of the performance improvements and reliability improvements offered in that environment. But second, and I think more important to the users, is embrace the user interface changes that Windows 95 is bringing out.
All right, show me what you mean by that.
Well, one part of Windows 95 is a change from thinking about applications to thinking about data.
What you want to do rather than how to do it.
Exactly. And when we install Visio, we include templates for a collection of different drawing types presented here with different icons and, of course, long file names using
I love that they keep talking about long file names.
So you're really taking that Windows 9 to 5.
I actually think that long file names has become a curse. It's not nearly as good as people think it is. Like, how many times have you named something... like something like that?
Windows 95 paradigm and putting it inside your application.
And or even here outside the application before I've launched Visio.
Right.
I go in here and I say I want to do a flowchart by double-clicking the flowchart icon. I come up with a collection of flowchart symbols which I can drag
I've always
and drop
wanted a
onto my
flowchart
drawing
maker.
page.
Do we still have this
we'll make
program?
A very, very brief flowchart here.
And again, it's all graphic, it's all drag and drop.
Exactly. We've applied the drag and drop idea in Visio to graphics. Of course, we also have smart connections. You can add text to shapes very easily.
Visio is a good program.
And add text to connectors.
I think flowcharts are a really nice program. I would like to have that in my computer.
As you would expect, and be able to do all of that very, very seamlessly from within the application.
All right, so what are some of the other things that Visio does, Ted?
Well, let me use the Windows taskbar to shift back to our Visio 32 window and open up a folder where I have some drawings I've created earlier. I have a plan, I guess, maybe I'd like for my dream office. Let me just take that icon here and show you. I'll drag that right into the Visio window, and Visio opens that up here.
His dream office.
Capability of Windows 95 of drag and drop across applications. I've always wanted an office that was large enough to fit a sofa.
Oh, that's
try to
so
drag
funny.
that into the floor plan and see if it works. And well, things look a little tight here. Maybe we'll zoom in for a slightly closer view. A little tight with this file cabinet. Let me bring that over here. I'll rotate the file cabinet, maybe drop it into the corner.
It's like The Sims.
Say, well, yeah, I think that works. Though I don't really like the color of that. I'll use the right mouse button to bring up a context-sensitive menu.
So again, you're using right mouse button capability.
Again, part of the user interface guidelines of Windows 95. We'd expect
I'm glad that they
to see
had
these embraced by all of the
the
applications.
context menu is one of the smartest things you could do for a computer.
Which will bear the logo designed for Windows 95.
Right. So again, with Visio, you can not only do the layout stuff, you can actually do the patterns and fill them in and
do the patterns and
ugly sofas like that. And
ugly
so on.
sofas like that, and if you need to come in here and measure it, I mean, if you're doing a floor plan, you'd like to measure it, and you'd like to see that that in fact is a 15-foot office. Visio has that capability too. Not just simple diagrammatic type of things like flowcharts, but actual measured floor plans and space plans, such as this. Again, the variety of things that Visio can do in that task-oriented view we saw earlier.
All right, thanks for showing us Visio, Ted.
You're welcome, Stuart.
All right, let's take a look now at another new application which takes advantage of Windows 95, Picture Publisher 5.0. Here to help answer our questions is Craig Simmons of Micrographics.
Good to be here.
First question I have for you is really the same one I had for Ted. As an applications developer, how do you take advantage of Windows 95 to make your app run better and use that environment better?
Well, again, as Ted stated, things that are important are the interface, being consistent with the user interface. And as you can see here, we have done similar things with the right mouse button for the power users, instant access into context-sensitive tool. Also, under Windows 95, one of the most important things we can do for an image editing application like Picture Publisher is take advantage of threading. And let me show
do the multi-threading so you can really move faster in a graphics-intensive application.
Right. Because one of the problems with image editors has always been bitmaps, moving pixels, a lot of time doing that. Productivity is one of the most important things to Picture Publisher. So this image right here, we have already recorded a macro of all the commands we've applied to this image. So we'll just go ahead and activate that. Now, unlike 16-bit Windows, I can click on another window and continue to work. Notice this is our task manager showing you what's...
So it's still performing that other job, but you're able to move into a second task and work on it simultaneously.
You betcha. So while that one's working, we're going to start creating a composite
old
here
version of a
with our
task
object
manager.
layers. We'll put a hat there. I guess it's kind of an old blue planet here. There we go. And we'll group them together by selecting them both. Notice Task Manager's still working in the background. Now we'll even paste in some fire, because he's a real hot artist. Go to the microphone. I know it's in here somewhere. Paste that down. Now notice these are also floating objects. I can move it to the back, but also notice our Task Manager is empty.
Right.
So let's click back. Look what's happened.
He's done the work.
Done all that work. Now I didn't have to do it. Now, let's say, for
So
example,
you can really do two things at once and therefore be more productive using this.
you betcha. As a matter of fact, you can do more than two things at once because you can batch up these commands. As many
This guy
as you
kind of
want.
looks like Stavros, but like thinner, or less, like stretched out and not round.
Want to. Let's say, for example, if you're a client of mine and you don't like this background, well, in other image editing applications, you'd have to go back and redo the whole piece of artwork.
Watch the
But
Stewart
with Picture
squares.
Publisher, we have what we call a
Close to-
command list. Every
Just do
command
pop,
is stored that you've applied to the image.
You already have a watch though, right? I've worn 2 watches before at the same time. I had to remove one of them though because the thing broke, but I actually have one of my watch heads right here. But yeah, I don't know. I like watches.
So what we can do is go back, all the way back to the beginning, right here to our texture fill, delete it, and reinsert a new texture fill, and we'll go ahead and apply that. Again, going off, creating another task. I can continue working.
Digital analog, nice, yeah. Mine technically is also digital and analog, but mostly for the second hand. But yeah, that is good. Like I think that's much better than whatever Stewart wears.
A job in the background, and you can go back and work on this job.
Right, so this is, say we're doing a 2-page layout for this client. I'm continuing to work. When that's done, that will come back up to the front. We're creating that chroma mask, and it'll finish up. Now it's ready for the fill. So we'll go ahead and we'll drop in a
it's so
texture
funny.
fill.
The multitasking.
See, texture filling. I'm always kept up on the progress with the Task Manager. Very important feature in Picture Publisher. Finishes up the texture fill. Now all those other commands that created the rest of that image, we can go ahead and let it work. And let's finish up this piece of artwork. Select our selector tool and move that. Now we want to drop in a little radio because it's talk radio here. Paste. And we'll close down what we call our clipboard browser. And we're going to drop in a drop shadow.
It's so funny.
Just by holding down the shift key, clicking and dragging off a copy, we'll just fill with black. Drop shadow should be that easy. Again, 2 tasks now simultaneously. Change the transparency, move it to the back, and we'll also notice in the background that this image is finished.
Wow.
Wow.
So you're doing all that stuff has gone on at the same time. So I mean, you really can take advantage of the multi-threading of the speed and the power of this environment.
That's right, and it's very easy to use, very productive to not have to jump up to here to your menus, just off your right mouse button. Also, a common look and feel feels very friendly to the user, and something as simple as bubble hints, as we call them, to remind you of what your tools are. These are all kind of standard features under a Chicago or a Windows 95.
What used to be Chicago.
What used to be
right.
Chicago Windows 95 compatible app.
Now you couldn't have done this under Windows 3.1.
No, we actually, our 16-bit version has every feature you see here except the threading. So I
Right.
can't pop between different images. I'd have to batch them up at night and play them. So.
Okay, so that.
His watch is both. Oh, okay. A NATO strap on your watch? Why? Well, why would I wear a NATO strap? What is a NATO strap? I'm actually checking. Is it just like it's leather? Is that it? I use I don't know what this is called. It's some sort of fabric. Is that wait, is it this? I might actually have a NATO strap without realizing it. Whatever this is, it's very I think I have a NATO strap. And I got it because it looked very durable.
That's the
funny.
new picture publisher for micrographics under Windows 95. All right, we're out of time for this week's Computer Chronicles. Remember, if you have any questions about anything you've seen on today's show, or if you'd like to suggest topics for future shows, check out our Computers on Television forum on CompuServe. The command is Go Chronicles. That's it for this week's show. I'm Stuart Chaffee. We'll see you here next time.
That's really amusing. Wow, there's no credits? No credits? What a rip. I actually noticed this one was in a weird quality, Uncanny Valley. Alright. I want to code, but I'm also like Outrageous, I know. We pay for the credits here on this stream. I should code. Alright. I'm gonna raid out so I can code. Because I want to make more of my game, and I actually have some ability to do so right now, it looks like, which is great. So let me look at who is currently live. We got Eldergoth playing Water Park Simulator. Pudgy Cat. I think that Pudgy Cat usually ends around now, so I think I'll do that. If you like coding, you should code while you're in the mood. Yeah, I do feel like I should code because I have time today for the first time in like 3 weeks. I've been trying to do this. I've been doing this coding project. I've been trying to make a game. I just want to make a very simple PvP game. And the last time I gave an update, I got split screen to work. I got 4-player split screen. Very happy about that. The next ambition I have is to import some pre-made animations that are free on the internet into my game. And I want to have like dynamic procedural animations, which takes a lot of effort, but it'd work for making my game aesthetic. Like if my character walks up to a wall, I want them to put the hand on the wall and stuff like that. Like I want them to have dynamic animations. So I think I'm going to do that. I appreciate you all. Thank you very much for your conversations, your company, your time. I'm going to raid out to Eldergoth, who is playing Water Park Simulator because they're a workaholic apparently. And they like working. I'll be back on tomorrow. We'll do a little bit more of the same, but I might end differently because of needing to organize stuff in my house. Have a good night. Take care. See you all later. Bye.
Ash. It's a Lynx raid! Trash! Trash everywhere. Trash and poop all over the park. Look at this shit.
Alright. Very well, everyone.
Luigi and Water Park should be called the Jerk.